And welcome back. And we still can't see me.
I see you.
You
I don't even
guys
know
can
what that symbol means. What does that mean? No
no
phone?
phone. Like I'm not on my phone, bitches. I set I haven't even I mean I sometimes I do set this up on my phone, but it doesn't matter. I do it all the time. I don't know what's going down right there. But yeah, it started doing that earlier
Hmm.
today. And so yeah, and I don't
Oh,
know
we
why.
hear you.
Yeah, y'all can hear me, but you can't
Can't hear
see me.
Dolphin. I can't hear Dolphin.
Dolphin
Is she there?
is she backstage yet? Let me Dolphin, you still got your screen on? You okay with yeah, she's still here, but you two couldn't hear me. Oh no, I couldn't hear you, ma'am. Do you want me to bring your camera up? You're on camera, so I didn't know if look, can you see Dolphin?
Oh,
We see we
pretty
see a park
location wherever
we
you
see a
are.
parking lot. Dolphin is she took Pipsqueak to the vet and so
Howdy.
she's yeah. How you doing, Miss Dolphin? Can you hear us? Can we hear you now? We'll get it straightened out eventually. we, we'll get it figured out. I think she's trying to get it figured out. So yeah, let's get her down in case she doesn't want us to see the inside of her car. Okay. She'll come back, guys. She'll get it figured out. Uh-oh, I think I heard her pop back in. Let's see. Oh, I still see the inside of the car. Can we hear you now, Dolphin?
You can?
Yeah.
We can. We can see the
Oh,
park.
okay.
And we can see
Cool.
the
Let's
parking
see.
lot. Yes. So you got out for a little venture this morning, took the puppy to the vet.
Yeah, I did. She's got a little rash on her stomach, so I had
Oh,
to take her.
no.
And now I'm getting ready to find a Starbucks. I brought my laptop with me so I can. I'm trying to see which one was the closest, and tried to switch out to my map, and yeah, I was like, oh shoot. But anyway, I'm still here, and I can hear you guys.
You're getting
Okay, great.
Starbucks without your dog? Sure, Pipsy
Um,
wants a pup cup.
yeah, she doesn't need a pup cup.
Oh, yeah,
Dolphin's like, I got you right. Dolphin's like, yeah, she'll be fine. She'll get a
Hmm.
treat when she gets home.
Mm.
Hey, don't the vets usually give them a treat for being good? You know what's weird? My son's
Uppity
dog.
about their treats. She won't eat them.
Well,
oh,
dogs are picky about their treats, but my son's dog. We were talking about it yesterday or last night. She is almost 4 years old, but she doesn't eat treats.
hmm,
Like she'll smell them and she'll look at you like, "Are you
wow,
kidding me?"
really?
Yeah, and she eats dog food. We don't feed her. Well, I feed her a little piece of steak here and there if I have a leftover bite or two. Or, but no, she gets dog food, right? And but she doesn't care for treats. It's weird.
Hmm,
Maybe he just hasn't tried the right one. I don't know. Never seen a dog turn their nose up at a treat and go like, "Yeah, right." Hey,
no,
Rachel, welcome back in. So, guys, we decided to gonna wait on Butterfly to get in here. To oh, Butterfly is there. There you are. So
So
interesting.
interesting.
Well, now I
Well,
got
now I
feedback
got
on
feedback
my
on
mic.
the mic. Oh, okay.
Shit. Okay.
No,
I
that was
can.
probably me. I unmuted and you're on the car stereo. So maybe that was me. I'll
Okay. I
mute.
went.
Okay.
Yeah. If I start sounding all crazy and the stream starts looking like a hot mess express, y'all let me know so we will be fully aware of what's going on. Um, so what we just wrapped up day three, technically day three of, 'cause I don't count all that jury stuff. I know a lot of places people do and they get all technical about it. We're on day three of testimony in the Reed trial. So today we had a half a day basically, kind of wrapped up early for no apparent good reason except for some kind of witness list discrepancy bullshit, right?
yeah.
So it's been an interesting couple of days. We've had 8 witnesses so far, and one of them was called twice, and that would be the cell phone forensic data guy that we just got through hearing from again. Hello, Claire. Welcome in. So, what are your thoughts so far on testimony you've heard? Is it as much of the same of what you heard previously, Firefly, or is
For
it
me,
like
like
because they're
I don't
just like
recall.
going through the technical stuff right now?
Yeah, it seems like technical stuff. Like I didn't.
Well,
There've only been a couple first responders. So I didn't hear the first responders last time. And
Well, the first responder stuff was, they're
there's
just
still a
that.
lot more first responders too. Just
Oh God, yeah.
but they're there to say that they heard Karen say, "Oh, he hit me," or, I
Well,
hit
I
him,
get,
whatever.
I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna try to. I'm sure they did hear her saying it. She said
Sure.
she was running around saying it.
But
So
they even admit, like their
they,
focus was trying to revive him, not on what was going on, what
it shouldn't have been. Their
yeah,
focus
right.
should not have been Karen Reed, some random chick at a scene, or any of the other ladies that were there. That's not his job. So I
Yep.
totally get all that. It's now we're getting into grand jury testimony not matching today's testimony, word
Oh,
for
right,
word.
right.
It's the technical things like that that are going to matter. This guy's opinion
Mm-hmm.
and hearsay doesn't matter to me. I already have an issue with some of that stuff. I already know she said it. The woman is like Richard Allen saying, "I was at the fucking bridge." Karen Reed says, "I said I hit him." Meaning, could I have, so I got all of that. And as long as the jury is understanding it, right? I'm not trying to make social media and the entire world understand it, because I think people have been trying to do that for 3 years and they can't make me. Someone like me tuned all that out, right? I just, please stop screaming it all at me, because I can't. That's why I was waiting on this trial. So I'm starting to hear things now that I'm like,
What did you think of all the texts between her and I'm like, why
I'm
are
gonna
they
tell you
going
what,
over all that? Like, I mean, a
that
whole day.
why are they going over it?
I mean, I know why, but it just seemed excessive to me.
Well, that's because you're on your second trial
I
now.
guess that's true, maybe.
It's not excessive, because it's especially because the prosecution appears to want to paint a picture
Yeah.
of a woman scorn type situation,
It
a
sort of
pissed
sounds
off woman situation, I'm going to get this man at all costs. He fucking dissed me situation. I'm drunk and pissed and I'm going to back his ass over and leave situation. That's what they're wanting me to believe. That's not what those text messages told me.
yeah.
So they were very important for them to read those text messages, because it didn't paint the picture they were trying to get me to believe. It painted a picture of a toxic relationship. It
Yeah.
painted a picture of a man wanting a woman to stay around but not wanting her around at the same time.
Yep.
It painted a picture of a man saying, "Well, forget about the dumbass plumber you called and get your ass over to my house." If I'm being honest, I don't know that man. I'm not throwing shade at that man, so please don't come at me, people. I'm just being a real human. I'm saying, in my opinion, I got the take. He was a little upset and maybe a little jealous over the plumber situation. She's not wanting to wait all damn weekend on some random ass man to come fix her hot water heater.
I
Who's
don't
not
blame her
wanting.
really.
I
Yeah.
don't blame her at all. Excuse me, I don't depend on a man to come do my shit.
Right.
You gonna do it? Tell me now to freeze all, or go without hot
And we
water
don't know his
all
history. How
weekend.
reliable is he? Is he going to fix it on Monday? She's like, I don't want to wait till Monday and then you
Well,
don't
there
fix
was a
it. Like,
blizzard coming. Who wants to
that's
be
true
without
too.
hot water in a fucking
Yeah.
blizzard? If
I
you
know.
are lucky enough to get a plumber on the phone that's willing to be at your house that
Yeah.
same evening, you best sit there and wait on him.
And she
Jesus.
obviously doesn't care about the cost of it.
She can afford it.
She can afford it. Like, get it done. I don't
She
blame
had
her. I'm
I
with
don't
her.
blame her one damn bit either. There's nothing, and he's over there wanting her to wait on him. Okay, I get it. A lot of men are like, "Well, I can do it for you." Well, get your bad ass on over here and do it. But don't make me wait until Monday when there's an impending blizzard. And now you want me to forget, not even meet the guy at my house, just come on over to the bar. That's what I took. Forget your dumb plumber. Get on over here to the bar. Because we're not fighting or anything. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was, so I'm glad they played that they read that out, because it didn't. They can't paint a bad light of this woman. To me, only she can do that, because I can hear and I can see and I can understand what's being said. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so if they want to read all their text messages more, they bring it on, because I'm here for it. Because that's going to help me establish. Because right now, I'm not seeing a lady who was mad all night long and just got wasted and said to hell with it and done something on purpose. I'm still not saying she didn't hit him because I don't know that part yet. But this picture they're trying to paint up until now does not jive. It's not jiving. Did they read a bunch of text messages during the first trial, Firefly?
Yeah.
What about?
And also they did, they went, I forget, I think it's Aruba or somewhere they went to, and they had all kinds of testimony there on the little fight they had because they yeah, and he kissed some girl or something, and I don't know. It was just like they're just trying to make her out to be jealous, but she had reason to be
He was so well. Okay, well, with that said, that was a fight in Aruba. Didn't take
Mhm.
place the night of the crime.
Right. It was a
The what
couple
they
weeks
read to me today was taking place that day and that evening,
right.
leading up to the night's events. So it also sounded like he was a little jealous too in that text because he made a comment about the plumber guy.
That's true.
But
Yeah, yep.
yeah, so like I said, they can pretend to tell me she's a scorned, jealous woman all they want.
And
Nine times,
that's
I'm gonna be honest, because I'm a woman who's damn near 60, and I know a lot of women. Most women are jealous. I never understood that, but they are. Most women are jealous. They can't help it. It is human nature, I assume, I suppose. Men are very jealous as well. People, that's just people. This is human nature. People might as well fucking accept it. I don't understand it, but y'all, hey, y'all do you.
they Carrie, they haven't they didn't go over the text after he allegedly was dropped off. It was just before that, like during the day
Yeah, so far we are up to that point. So what,
and
they've
up
got
to
some.
them going out to the bar, going out to eat or whatever.
So the last text she sent to him, or and the what are you meaning? The last text and last voicemails sent right before she came to the bar? Because yeah, that's what they were reading earlier in court today.
Yeah.
He was very jealous of her. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing about that relationship with those kids. Did he feel like, and I'm being honest again, people, so please don't come at me. I mean, you can give me pushback and have a different argument. That's totally fine.
That's
But
your opinion.
what I'm wondering is, did he think she was using those kids to get to him? Do you know what I mean? I'll be nice to these kids. I'll buy them this. I'll supply them that. Or, but I'm getting the impression,
Never know.
yeah, because in the end, she's kind of like pulling back. Well, I'm more, I want to preserve our relationship, so we better see each other outside of the kids. Well, guess what, honey? Them kids aren't going nowhere. So if you're talking about you're wanting a long term relationship with a man who has children, you kind of need to figure that out going forward. Not, okay, well, let's have a relationship, but we're going to keep that separate. Because every time she appeared to be around the kids, he got mad about something. Was it because she was spoiling them because she genuinely was that nice of a person? Or in the back of his mind, did he somehow think she's using these kids to keep me, you know what I mean? To make me happy. You know what do you get what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Who knows what was in his heart, but like
Right. Well, we
he
can't,
sure took advantage of her taking care of him,
I think he
and picking
did.
him up and do whatever all the errands she did with them too. So
Well, it was
sort of,
probably, it sounded like to me, just from a little bit that I heard, John O'Keefe was a younger man, single, still partying, didn't really care about settling down, and he had these two kids all of a sudden. And he sounded like he was a little overwhelmed with that situation, and rightfully so, being a single younger man. It also sounds like he was at a point where he was doing what everyone expected him to do, to step up to the plate, be a father figure, have a woman in his life, a stable, you know what I mean? But
mm,
he was conflicted with that. He not
well,
meaning he
he was.
not yeah, not meaning he didn't love the kids, but he wasn't the settling down type, I don't think.
I think they were only in a relationship like 2 years. So
Yeah, it wasn't like they were in a lengthy.
he had those kids. I think like 8. What was it, 8 years?
He'd had
So
him for a long time. But I still he had when he was complaining. He was not complaining. Maybe an exaggerated word, but he was talking about the overwhelmed feeling in those texts today that we heard
Yep.
of
Yep. Yep.
handling the kids. So however many years he's into it now, it's overwhelming. He's been forced to be this adult figure that he would rather not be at times. I get it. I'm not throwing shade. And it sounded like he was overwhelmed at times.
But his mom helped a lot too. Like it wasn't like it was just him.
Well, I understand that. That's
It is a lot to be thrown to be a single
yeah,
guy.
when
You
yeah,
know.
that's still when you're the main, like there was four of them involved and apparently they all chose him to be the main one. And he was stepping up to that. So I give him that 100,000%. But at the same time, I think there was a separate side to him that felt overwhelmed by the situation.
Sure.
That maybe was, why he didn't ask for the situation, Look, Dolphin, we are seeing you go in there getting ready to order.
Where are you going?
Your camera's still on. I can take you down if you want me to. Otherwise, we're following you through the store.
I know. I'm enjoying watching her do whatever. Park her
What is she going to
car.
get? Sorry. Yeah, Dolphin, yeah, Butterfly, we've told her it's on. I think she says she couldn't get it to go off earlier. So we're just gonna look at the people around town, look at their feet. Let's
Where's
all
she
discuss
at?
their shoes.
Where's
She
she
said
at?
something. Well, she said something about going to a Starbucks.
Oh, that's right. Okay, maybe
Remember, if she found
that's
one
right.
close by, she was going to a Star. Oh, look, she's like,
Oh, I would
screw
go get a
y'all.
drive-through.
Look, she clouded up her camera.
She's
She's
gonna
like,
order maybe. I
ah.
would. I'd go through a drive-through. I don't know about you, but whatever.
She likes to get out and
Yeah, that's
mingle with
true.
people. She got her laptop. Dolphin will go sit down at her little cafe somewhere
Oh,
and
that's
pop that
true.
laptop open, and she'll sit
There
there.
she.
Yeah, she'll sit there for a few hours and get her groove on.
I guess so.
I like Dolphin style. Living on Dolphin time. It's a whole ass vibe, isn't it, Firefly?
She's fun.
We love you, Dolphin, if you can hear us. Nice table. No, you don't want that one? Okay.
Doesn't look like a Starbucks.
No, I think she chose somewhere with the little better seating. They got
Yeah.
cloth tablecloths.
Yeah.
Is she going to a wine luncheon knowing her?
No, she had one last week. She canceled. She didn't like the
She didn't
wine.
like the wine. Yeah, the wine was no good. She's like, ah, screw that. I'm not going to your wine thingy.
Oh, pretty.
You better. Oh, nice. Where's she taking us? Yeah. Oh, they have little fancy menus. Look, Butterfly's like, well, looks like a
I don't
restaurant.
get out much, but I'll live through her.
Right, we're gonna live vicariously through Dolphin today, guys. That's what Dolphin. Bring back your camera. That was the whole stream.
Huh?
We are living large through your camera, girlfriend.
Oh,
We're
I know.
loving
I
it. We're
deliberately put
loving
it up
it.
so you could see that aquarium, and then there's a bar.
So we're wondering where you are. Looks like a nice little
Oh, there's a
place.
restaurant here called Georgia
Oh,
Shrimp.
Georgia shrimp.
Georgia
Ooh.
Shrimp. Oh,
Hold on one second.
nice. Okay, guys, welcome to the Georgia Shrimp in Georgia. So you are now in the town, or not the town, the state, the state of Georgia, at a restaurant called Georgia Shrimp. Look at that little place. I bet they got good shrimp. They got like a bang bang type shrimp going on, probably.
Yeah.
Probably got some good
Nice.
fried shrimp, some good boiled shrimp,
Looks like a nice
how many
spot.
blackened shrimp. Uh, how
Make
many?
me think of Bubba Gump shrimp
I'm,
now.
I'm
All the
sitting here
different types
thinking
of shrimp.
how many Bubba Gump shrimp things can we come up with off the top of our head,
I don't
y'all?
know.
Y'all know
Shrimp scampi.
shrimp scampi, shrimp po' boy.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, sounds good.
You know how a typical po' boy sandwich is made with just like an open
Yeah.
sandwich with tons of shrimp. My sister and I go somewhere one time, and it's her first time ever getting one. I don't know how living on the Florida Gulf Coast, but it was. And she gets it, And my sister's like a food snob. I can't stand it, but she is. But she looks right at me and she's like, "Oh hell no!" I was like, "What's the matter?" She started wanting to flag down the girl. I'm like, "What is wrong? Look at this. There's so much shrimp. I can't even close the sandwich." I was like,
Oh
"Oh my
wow.
god!" I was like, "It's supposed to be like that." She's like,
Carrie
"No, no,
says
no."
Carrie says she's from Maryland and she likes the Maryland style shrimp. My ex-husband is
How do you
from
make?
Maryland and he's always raving about the soft shell crab sandwiches there. And he's like, nowhere else has the soft shell crab like they got in Maryland.
So what's the difference? The seasoning or the shrimp itself? Because I live down here in shrimps. You
How
know,
they cook it?
I live down here on the
Huh.
Gulf where we get a bunch of shrimp. I can see the shrimp boats coming and going. Hmm. I love a good crab cake though. I do.
I see Kane be the purge. He's backwards. Why do you do everything
What
backwards?
the hell, dude? Why are you
He's in
messing
a
with me?
Georgia state of mind.
I
Oh,
heard that. I heard that. Right? Why are you messing with? Make us don't make us use our brain, Cane Bees purge. That hurts my eyes. He come over here just to mess with us, Firefly, doing that shit. So back to the Karen Reed mess. We're gonna get to the Stefan Stearns in a moment, but I think that it is interesting that the texts that we've seen so far. I'm sure I'll see more that will show more of their toxic back and forth or whatever, but I think I'll see it from both sides, not like a one-sided
yeah, yeah. I
issue.
think they're both equally as toxic. Now, the interesting ones, like I know Carrie was asking if they showed after midnight. No, they haven't shown those yet because they are pretty toxic. Or the ones she sends after, where he just doesn't come
Right.
home. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure
He's mad.
you know how couples get to arguing and you say one thing, they say it back, you say, and then you just go, you'll go at each other. We've all been there at some point in
I'm
some.
just setting up my laptop real quick.
Okay, you're good, hun. We've all been there at some point. Um, I learned a long time ago not to say certain things in text messages.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
just say that. Y'all know what phone calls is for. Um,
You've been
well,
McCain Ultred.
so, what?
MCain Ultred. He
Oh,
says.
I thought you said somebody altered something. You have been McCain. Okay, I see. I thought
MCain.
somebody altered some text. I'm like, no, they did not. When, where, and how? Because I'm looking that shit up right now. Because we don't like that altered shit. Mm-mm. We don't play with that altered mess.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to talk about deleted text messages and stuff.
I can't
Some of
wait.
the
'Cause some of this cell
yeah.
phone, if y'all pay attention, the people who are going to be following the Idaho case so closely and all that cell phone data, I hope the hell they pay attention to cases that actually talk about cell phone data. Not just this one, but all cases. Like Nick Valance
Oh
testified
yeah.
over in the Vallow and Daybell trials. I kind of hope people go like just take a gander. They're so willing to listen to Cy's testimony and read all his things. Just go take a listen to Nick Valance. That's all I'm saying. Um, but so they're going to continue to call back that Massachusetts State Police officer, then the cell phone forensics guy, Mr.
Oh yeah.
Gurino, Nick Gurino. He's done testified twice, and they'll see him back again for this third time.
I'm sure he'll be back when Jennifer McCabe comes because she's going to
They
say
friendly, they're
she
friends,
never did
aren't
that
they?
text
Oh,
message
wait,
or she never did that search until in the morning. That
that's
one.
right. The other guy, the EMT firefighter guy, was the one that was friends with the other Carrie Roberts lady. Now, look, I was gonna let's look at this. This is an interview that she did. Carrie Roberts did with I think it was Good Morning America. On, hang on, I got you timestamped there. Um, so where'd it go? Hold on. Okay. So this was apparently before the trial started that she did this little interview piece. It's not long, but I thought, well, that's interesting, especially to do. It was a day ago it aired, but it actually took
Trooper
the
Paul. Oh,
conversation.
Trooper Paul. Oh, this
What?
should be good. He's an idiot.
Who?
Trooper Paul.
Oh, yeah. So this was apparently filmed before the trial started, but aired the day yesterday. So I guess they talked to her right before trial, which is odd
Yeah.
considering she's a witness. There's no gag order, but still. Okay.
The key witness in the Karen Reed murder retrial, who took the stand yesterday during the first day of testimony. She was with Reed when they found the body of her Boston police officer boyfriend. She spoke with our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. Carrie Roberts is arguably the most important witness in this trial, but she agreed to speak with us because she wants to refocus attention on the actual victim in this case. That's her childhood friend, John O'Keefe, the Boston cop who adopted his toddler-age niece and nephew when his sister and brother-in-law tragically died. A prankster who would help you at the drop of a hat.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
Arriving in court for the first day of her second murder trial, Karen Reed addressing her supporters.
I'm always confident in my team.
Reed's defense team maintains she's innocent, the victim of a law enforcement cover-up. But prosecutors allege Reed, drunk and angry, knowingly slammed her SUV into her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, outside a get-together at another cop's home, leaving him to die in a blizzard in January of 2022. And this morning, one of the trial's key witnesses, Carrie Roberts, John O'Keefe's lifelong friend, speaking to the media for the first time, exclusively to GMA.
You're obviously one of the key witnesses for the entire case. Why are you speaking out now on the eve of Karen's second trial?
I think people have forgotten John in general. He is the victim. He's lost his life. He's not coming back.
Roberts took the stand yesterday and will continue testifying today. She is a critical witness for the prosecution because she was the first person Karen Reed called at 5 a.m. the morning of the blizzard trying to find John.
Can you tell me what she said, what Karen told Carrie that morning when she called?
I believe she said, was that the first time she called John's dead?
Yes.
Carrie relayed to Brendan Kane, a longtime friend of John's, the contents of her call that morning with Karen Reed.
When Karen called Carrie, she was histrionic, screaming, John's dead, John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Carrie, John's dead. Is that right?
The first phone call was John's dead, then she hung up.
So that early morning, Carrie picked up Karen and another O'Keefe friend, Jennifer McCabe.
I knew of her. I had met her once, and that was it.
They drive to the house where Karen dropped John off. It's dark in a blinding blizzard.
It was so snowy, you couldn't see. And as we were driving, Karen would lean in between us, and she was frantic. I mean, she knew John was missing, so she was frantic about it, as I would be. And then we turned to pull down Fairview, and she saw him on the lawn, and I didn't.
Carrie quickly joins Karen on the lawn, and the two women perform CPR on John until police arrive.
We went to go find him and make sure he got home okay. And when you find him and he's not okay, it was pretty hard.
Carrie and Johns were friends since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
He was a diehard Celtics, Sox, Bruins, Pats fan. Name it, Boston sports, he was obsessed.
O'Keefe became a cop like his grandfather, staying close to his family, including his sister Kristen. When she and her husband died within months of each other, John took his niece and nephew in as his own. Carrie was his right hand.
It was like all hands on deck when they would go to dance recitals and stuff, father-daughter dances. I would do their hair and get the boutonniere and get the corsage, and he did a great job. This was one of my best friends.
In the 3 years since Reed was arrested, the town of Canton has been transformed. Neighbors have taken sides. Witnesses have been harassed.
For the crime of?
Telling the truth.
Answering the phone.
It's my friend. I'm not going to not help. It's all about which side are you on. We're John's closest friends and family, and we're still haven't been able to grieve because of all of this. It's all lost on this circus.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice.
Yeah.
And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
Carrie Roberts is part of a group of witnesses whose testimony points to Karen knowing that she hit John O'Keefe with her car. And one key difference that we picked up on this time, the defense still says that there was a botched investigation and a cover-up. But this time around, they're no longer hinting that there was some sort of big police conspiracy afoot. Now, it's unclear how long this trial will last. That first trial took 9 weeks. So buckle up, guys.
9 weeks. buckle up, guys.
Yep.
What I what
It
I still
pisses me off that he calls her histrionic. Like, she's hysterical because he's missing. I mean,
well, you got dumb for that's what I don't get right this at this point is when this spiraled into that. Because how could all those people, including the police, say that she purposefully ran that man over
I don't know.
to start with? So even if she did run him over, I still can't get past the fact that maybe that was a complete accident. She never even damn well knew it.
Right? Yeah, that's always a possibility.
So why
But
would they
if she did
ever?
it intentionally, she's not going to go back and then keep texting him. What they say, like 50
Some people
times.
will look. What you can't do is
Uh,
underestimate people, and a narcissist will absolutely cover their trails. Okay, I've seen it all. I'm not putting it past no fucking body. Some ain't that smart, and some are. That all taken away, she still reacted like a person who was just finding out for the first time this man was laying in snow all night long. She still was trying to figure out in her brain. I don't know how they all got to she ran him over on purpose, viciously pissed
I
off.
don't get it. I don't
That's what I'm
either.
trying to understand is
I don't know what
where they
made them
got
think
that
that.
conclusion from.
Mhm.
Was it just because of the text messages played in court that alluded to toxic relationship? She didn't
It's Proctor. Proctor's the
accidentally
one
run him
who,
over.
from, I don't know, within 16 hours, he determined that she did that.
So within 16 hours, one officer decided that she ran him over on purpose and charged her with murder.
Yep.
Based on
He didn't like her.
you can't. Okay.
No, that's not why. But
I
that,
mean,
that's
but
not
there,
the
where's your
thing.
proof of that, sir? That she did it on purpose. You can tell me all day long she ran over him, and I might believe that. But you can't convince me ever it was on purpose, even if they had an argument that night. It was fucking late. It was snowing. People were drunk. Accidents happen. I still can't get to where maybe I'll get it figured out while watching this unfold. But I don't understand how it flips so bad and how people can, on one hand, say, well, she's not, she's innocent, but then can turn right around and have the conversation. Well, she could have hit him. Yes, she could have, but still makes her innocent, right? I can't, I don't know yet. They
I
haven't
just
shown
don't
me
see
any
murder. I
proof.
don't see where anything was intentional.
Never has been, I've never seen murder.
Yeah.
Even with the first trial and just watching from afar like I was doing, I never saw murder. I could never understand where the murder charge came in at.
That's what always
Why
baffled
it
me.
escalated to murder. They better show me proof that it was not only did she hit him and it wasn't Chloe the dog or some man punching him. Okay, fine. I can take that. But you got to get me to murder? No. Let's watch. Remember that link that Dolphin shared with us with that accident
Yeah.
video?
Reconstruction.
So yeah, that same person put out two more that I wanted us to review. And the second one they put out was like a follow up to the one that Dolphin had shared with us originally. I'm not sure how many officers ended up showing up there, Butterfly. There were a lot of cops, a lot of first responders. So I couldn't even begin to tell you how many. Somebody else might know. So this is a channel that Dolphin found the other day that did a 3D model that showed, and they're only depicting what came out of court documents or what was testified at trial. So the first one we watched showed a recreation of what police say Karen did that night, of where she dropped John off, how she backed up, hit him, and flung him into the yard. Now this one had, I guess, some updated information as the trial progressed. So let's take a look at this one. And remember, she's just giving a graphic of what was testified to in court, and she's going to explain that.
Illustration of Trooper Joe Paul's take on how the evidence shows Karen hit John O'Keefe. This is Trooper Joe Paul. He is the expert witness for the prosecution, and with all of his data points, we're going to show you his point of view on how this happened. Starting from this viewpoint in real time, Karen backs up hitting John and continues all the way to the edge of the driveway. Trooper Paul's opinion is that John has been sideswiped by the SUV, pushing him to the ground, hitting his head on the concrete, and causing him to be knocked unconscious. The trooper does little to explain how John's body was actually found 10 feet in the yard with his phone under him, other than that to say that's just how it happened. Zooming out and starting at the beginning, I added these blue marks to indicate each half second according to the expert's testimony. One of the things to take notice with this new data is how far Karen drove in reverse. Before Karen was reversing, she was driving away from John at 11 miles per hour according to this expert. So let's start at that point. John watches Karen drive away. He watches her come to a stop, pause for 2.5 seconds, and then start to reverse towards him. This moment of impact is going to create a lot of noise. Picture taking a bat and breaking out the rear taillight, or taking a glass and throwing it into the back of a vehicle, having it shatter. The amount of noise created by this would certainly be heard by those inside the house. All this data is based on key cycles that Trooper Paul claims represents this point of time, but the defense believes he's wrong on that, and in this next video I'm going to show you why. Now a little quick self-promotion. I'm trying to create a deal with Netflix for a documentary. They've already used some of my work in their Murdoch series, and engagement is certainly a metric they consider. So if you like my work, it'll go a very long way if you guys like, share, and comment, not just on this video, but any of my videos. And once again, thank you guys for watching and for following me.
Damn, that's nice. I like her little recreation stuff. Let me, we'll go to the next one here. Ooh, get down there, dude.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, they are pretty good. I love stuff like that. I was glad Dolphin found that. Laugh out loud. Nope, sorry, Dolphin says. What about the way that they just showed us that, or about
No, Butterfly asked if she was sharing her food, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's, well, Dolphin, Restream's acting a fool today. I'm not sure what's going on with it. So when they call it, every state is different. Like Indiana State Police, for instance, state troopers. Florida Department of Law Enforcement is not our state troopers. We have a whole separate division. We have the Florida troopers, and then we have Department of Law Enforcement. Idaho has Idaho State Police. So were these state troopers the ones they called in? And that's a problem. As a society, these small departments need to quit using that small department excuse. Nothing ever happens around here shit, right? We're hearing it all the time. It's 2025. Crimes have been around for a long ass time now. So these tiny little towns screaming, we got a small department, we can't conduct a proper investigation, shit needs to stop. Because as a society, we should no longer accept that. Right? Carrie, tell them. Like, I'm so, every time we turn around, we hear that. Small department, they don't know what they're doing. Well, then fuck, we're all just screwed. Because most departments are, guess what?
I can't believe they have never done an investigation in the snow, I think one of them said.
A death investigation or a crash?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Let's get for real.
Give me a break. It's Boston.
It's Boston.
And also, like, how do you not have proper crime scene collection equipment? Like, they had to use red Solo cups.
Because they're dumbasses who want to be dumbasses. They would rather spend the money on something else. Like, no, they needed a fucking major internal investigation, not just a federal investigation into why this cop's running his mouth about this defendant, but also I know they've had them conducted about. I just watched recently. It was like a city council meeting there about that kind of stuff. I watch city council meetings sometimes out of Idaho. Y'all don't never know what I'll be watching, but yeah, they need to figure that crap out because it's ridiculous. You don't do any of that. When we all heard about the red Solo cups, we're like, oh, holy hell, right? It's like, holy hell, who does that? We know better. We armchair detectives know better than to scoop. Maybe it's all you had at the moment. Okay, I understand, but you need to get CSI down here right now. blizzard or not, y'all got some machines y'all can drive. Pull out your Bearcat, baby. Get them on down there. Get your CSI team down there with the correct equipment. You
I know
cannot
that
tell me you're going to
it's a
have
fellow
shit.
officer too. Like you really treat one of your own that way? Like you would think.
Well, no, you would think they'd just do
I
better
know you
all the
don't,
way
but
around. I
well,
don't
yeah.
care. Okay, it's like if a horrible crime went down during the middle of a hurricane or directly following, they still have the due diligence to investigate that crime. There's officers just there for that, aside from the hurricane people. So don't tell me you're living in an area with tons of snow constantly and you don't know how to investigate a snow crime. That's stupid. That's like, quit insulting our intelligence, you dumb people. Okay, so we're going to bring up this. Now, this one is, I think, is like a creation of what would have happened to John if and when he entered the home and how they would have gotten him out of the home. So this one was also very interesting. Let's
Very interesting.
see. Okay, let me get there we go. I can't see anything. Okay, so this is that one. Y'all can see the screen now. Okay.
Illustration of the Karen Reed murder trial. Please follow if you like my work. This is the home where the Karen Reed incident took place. Karen stated in her interviews that after arriving at 12:24 a.m., John got out of her vehicle and was going into the home to check things out. Walking up the driveway, he approached the door nearest to the garage. After entering the home, you realize it would be impossible to walk through to the basement and not be seen. Jennifer McCabe testified that she and others were sitting at the kitchen table, and that periodically was getting up and going to the front door. Here's an illustration of what you might see from the front door if John's body was there at this time. Continuing, we approach the stairs leading to the basement. This leads to the weight room where the defense believes John O'Keefe was attacked. It's assumed that they used this door, which leads to the backyard, to remove John's body from the basement to outside, where no one upstairs would be able to see. They then would continue to the side of the house, through the gate, which leads to the side of the house with the flagpole.
So, Firefly, would that be how one of those shoes ended up by that gate?
That's the theory. It's just one shoe by the gate.
Because one shoe was found way up by the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know from the Stephen Smith investigation and other investigations, but that one particularly because it was one of the most recent ones with a crash victim, about how they get knocked out of their shoes each and every time.
Yeah.
And how rare it is for them not to be knocked out of shoes, and how Stephen had on both shoes, although they claimed he was hit and the person took off, right? Hit by a vehicle.
Yeah.
So we got this man's one shoe way up by the fence, but
she kept going to the door. Butterfly's asking because she was waiting for him to show up.
That's what they said, right? So apparently they knew that John O'Keefe was on his way over, but didn't know exactly where the house was. So she was watching for his arrival to let him know he got to the right house. But people say, well, like, how come she didn't see him laying in the snow? Did she never see Karen pull up?
They actually pulled up. So did she see her pull up? I don't know. It's weird. Hey, I always had a question. Since he was so close to that flagpole, is it possible that if she did hit him, he hit his head on the flagpole, you think? I don't know.
Well, it's got to be, okay, well, that's a good point, because it's got to be the flagpole or the concrete.
And there's also a fire hydrant pretty close, too.
Well, let's look. What was it again? 38 Fairview. We were on the map the other day.
But I mean, his body's kind of far from that, unless he
Well, from the way they're looking on that body cam, he's closer. To me, he appears between the curb and the flagpole, right?
Yeah.
So, we'll show you. Let's pull it back up and take a look. Oh, come here, Street View. There's your blurred out shit. We're going to get down the road where we don't got to look at your blurred outness. Okay, perfect angle. All right, let me pull the screen up. And let's get y'all's take on this as well, because in her second video that
Oh,
we
that
just
fire
saw,
hydrant's pretty far. Okay, never mind.
yeah, it's further back this way. So I'm with you. But then that's a small pole. Of course, we all know what a flagpole looks like, but still, right angle, boom. This is my concern, is the curb here.
Curb
Because in that
with
first
a curb.
video that Dolphin presented, or the girl did, they don't show him hitting here. Even she says he appears closer, he's lying closer to the flagpole. But in that second video we just watched,
It was closer to the curb. Yep.
he hit here
Mhm.
first.
That makes more sense now. I wonder if he could have fallen, hit his head, and he wasn't completely knocked out, and he
Mhm.
got up and stumbled, and then he passed
That's a
out.
good thought. He could have
You
got
know what
up
I
and
mean?
walked a couple feet maybe and fell out.
Then I don't know why his shoe would be way over, but
He
yeah. I
didn't seem to
mean,
be. I mean, for your shoe to get that far back, we're talking a pretty heavy, a pretty hard impact. And
yeah.
like most of us are wondering, how does a grown man just stand there and watch a grown woman coming right backwards? You didn't ever run up on the grass to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Like we were wondering in Stephen Smith's case, walking down the middle of the road the way he allegedly was, that he didn't hear a vehicle coming or see lights because it was pitch black in the middle of nowhere. Wouldn't he have gotten out of the way? Right?
You would think.
You would think, but no, apparently not. We don't know for sure what happened over there. But it's hard for us as adults to think to ourselves that we wouldn't have been like, what the hell's this bitch doing? Let me jump out of the way.
Yeah.
Unless it all happened so quickly, right?
True. And he was a little
he's
intoxicated
drunk,
himself.
right?
Yeah.
He's drunk. He realizes she's right there up on him, backing up. He don't have time to do nothing. Boom, she hits him. Does she even realize it? Now, think about that for a minute, though. You usually, if you hit something, you know it, even if you hit
Yeah,
it
you feel
lightly.
it for sure.
Right, you
Especially
feel
if she hit him
something.
hard enough to knock him over, like you're gonna feel something.
Exactly. If she hit him hard enough to knock him down to get a head injury, and hard enough to knock a shoe clean across the country over there, she's not going to realize she actually did just hit something. Did she think maybe I took out their mailbox and kept going? But she just hasn't said that because look, it's right there. I mean,
Well, maybe she does sort of remember something and she's not saying, and that's why she's like, I wonder if I could have hit him.
right. I mean, because if you think about it, if you think you hit something in the back of your mind, my first instinct
There must have been something.
Yeah, my first thought would be, did I take out their mailbox? Right? But she didn't, of course. But I don't know. I'm not there yet with the prosecution, and I don't think I'll ever get to she mowed that man down on purpose.
No, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I can't see that. Even if she did end up hitting him, I just don't see that it was a cold-blooded murder.
Yeah.
That is so weird to me. And his phone was under him, just like in Delphi. What's up with these phones underneath the victims?
And apparently, the first jury agreed. They unofficially acquitted her for second-degree murder, and
Yeah.
I think leaving the scene of a crime too, because they don't think it was intentional. They didn't.
How can you leave a scene of a crime if you didn't know a crime
Didn't
occurred,
know,
right?
right? But they were
trying to get her for all that.
Yeah, they could not agree on the manslaughter. Like, yeah, she was drunk and she could have hit him. So I guess that's what it is. They probably, some of them thought she could have hit him, just didn't realize it. Yeah, that's believable.
Well, I get that, and I completely understand the jury thinking that way, which would lend to which is why they couldn't get to murder on that conviction, and is why they had a hung jury. So I totally understand that, because they're not going to be able to prove that she did that on purpose. There's no ring cameras, there's no eyewitnesses, there's nothing to say she did it on purpose. And I wonder, you're saying that he pretty much quickly charged her with these charges of leaving the scene and straight out murder. and all of that. I just don't know how he got to that conclusion so fast without cell
That's
phone
the
data, with
questionable
text
part.
messages coming back to back up some of that. Because I know he didn't have that,
And
but that he did it within
that
hours.
doesn't help the prosecution's case either when you look at Proctor and how bad he was. It
Well,
really
no, it
doesn't.
doesn't help. His running his mouth ain't never going to help. But I don't. My brain, I don't know how they got that quickly to those charges without having other evidence to back that up. That's where this is all about evidence. Mouth runners are, I don't know why they don't surprise me. Why is there one in every bunch?
Dolphin's back.
Hey, dolphin.
Sort of.
Um,
I don't hear it.
she is sort of.
Her
She's like,
angry
sort of.
cat's back.
I don't know why y'all can see your avatars, but we can't see mine. Like mine's like, I'm not coming out today.
It must just be a StreamYard thing today, or a Restream thing.
I don't know. It was fine before, and then it just decided to go a little cattywampus on us all. So, Dolphin, did you get something ordered good to eat?
I can't hear.
She's like, I'm not telling you. I'm going to make you guess.
I mean, she's connected at least.
Do you think she ordered shrimp, being at a shrimp
I would
restaurant?
think so. I don't know. She likes crab legs. She talks about crab legs a lot. Maybe
Yeah, she does, don't she? They probably got some of the best crab legs. If they got them on the menu, you know girl's about to get her some.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm going to sit here and eat really nice meal while Pip squeaks at the vet. Then I'm going to go get my puppy and go home and rest.
Oh, can't hear her through the earbuds. Oh, well, it's always something.
I know. It is what it is. We just a hot mess express around here, y'all. It's not our fault. We'll blame somebody else like the rest of these people do. We'll say, I don't recall. We need a I don't recall emoji. Watch the Morrissey hostage video. It's very telling. Well, y'all find me a link. Find me the link and drop that baby in here. So we were going to review, those of you who came back online with us yesterday for our second live stream of the day. You better not mess up on me, stream thingy. Hold on. Now my video's not wanting to play either. They must be having some T-Mobile issues out here in the country today. Every now and then, about once a month, you have this. Once a month, I have this weird day where it's like it's not clear. I'm like, what's wrong with you, internet? Usually it's perfectly fine. Okay, so if you guys came back on with us yesterday, you watched the nearly 3 hour long pretrial hearing done with God, I don't even like saying his name because I usually call him a bad name. Anyway, well, Stefan, I don't normally just like set out to make fun of defendants and shit. I try to be fair, but this one I cannot with him. So anyway, y'all hear me be all kinds of shady when it comes to his ass. But so we watched the 3 hour hearing, and it was about the phone suppression evidence that they're trying to say he did not give up his phone voluntarily to Detective Maria Tagler when we all heard him do so on the audio calls, or not the call, but the interviews, gosh, 8 months ago, right? And so it's always been out there. And then recently the defense wants to step forward and say, oh, not so fast. You know, there's, she took the phone and they didn't ask for a warrant, and he was too messed up on his Ativan to be clear and to give her good consent and all the things. I'm so tired of hearing about this man and his Ativan addiction. I'm going to call it what it is at this point, because anybody taking that many Ativans is a full-blown addict. Stearns, I used to take the same medication, buddy, for PTSD and anxiety disorder. It's a medication I know quite well, and it's a medication I know comes in a very weak form that you barely even can tell you took when you take it. So if you're all groggy and doped up on your Ativan because you done took 3 or 4 of them bitches at a time. Am I wrong, Miss Nurse?
No, you're definitely right.
So I don't care how messed up he was on his Ativan, he gave consent. Now in Florida, in court, the judge will ask you, Are you under the influence of any medications? Do you understand what is happening to you right now? Are you, yes, I do. I'm not. All the things. Hell, even Koberger answered that question pretty clearly when the judge asked him if he understood what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So Stearns can sit down with his I was stressed out and on my Ativan, didn't know what I was doing bullshit. Goodness, this guy. I'm telling y'all, I may have to go down to South Florida, Central Florida, and take me a trip to prison. I'm gonna go visit his ass when he goes to Rayford just for the fucking shits and giggles. And I'm gonna sit right across from him and stare at him and say, "I saw your junk, you dumb fucker."
Get the candy he likes and just sit there and eat it
Yes,
in front
I'm
of
gonna eat root beer candy and drink coffee right in front of him.
him.
Tell him
You'd
just
love
how
one of these,
I'm
wouldn't
gonna belittle his manhood right to his face. Because I happened to see that junk. Ew.
Oh, God. Oh. My condolences to you.
Girl.
Ooh.
It was like, ew. No wonder. Oh, god damn. Okay. All right. So this starts out. I'm not going to play the whole thing. We're just going to start it where he was previously talking with the other detective, the male detective, and Tagler comes up and she starts talking to him about his phone. And then they're going to go into further conversation.
When you're giving her rides, does she sit in the front or the back?
She sits in the front. She likes to sit in the front.
Do you mind if I look at your maps real quick?
Yeah, that's fine.
And just to confirm also, you said, so the second time around, you said you went up Jongyang Parkway, you went through Town Center this time, made a right on Town Loop, and then you said you dropped
it
her
was
off
right here in this stretch area.
around this area, okay, which was before the underpass.
Correct, before the underpass, just before the church. The church was ahead on the left, the underpass was just beyond that, and school was just on the other side of the underpass. So maybe
on the left-hand side.
Maybe a block away.
Okay. And you said that that's typical of her to walk that distance?
Yeah, she likes the morning walks when it's cool. She doesn't like being seen getting out of certain cars. Being a middle schooler, it's an image thing. And she will sometimes like to hang out and wait for her friends. She's known to do that.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just take a picture of your history?
Yeah, that's fine.
And that time would have been, you said around 8.
Okay, she just asked him, do you mind if I take a picture of your history? And he said, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead on my fancy little S23 phone. Go right ahead, Miss Tagler.
8:20-ish, 8:30, sometime between 8:20 and 8:40.
What time does she go into class?
She has to be there no later than 9:15. Doors open at 8. Doors open at 9, I think. And then school officially starts around 9:20 or 9:28, I think.
Okay.
Say that up.
And when you dropped her off, is that earlier than typical, later than typical, around the same time?
Earlier than typical.
Really?
We had made really good time that morning, and with the subtraction of McDonald's, we had more time than usual.
Okay.
And she said it was okay. She was very confident, convincing that it would be fine.
And you saw what direction she walked to after you dropped her off?
Yeah, it looked like she was moving towards the direction of the school like she was supposed to.
Was she still on the right side of the road, or did she cross
She was
over?
when I left her, yeah. She was still on the right side.
What kind of phone is this?
S23.
And again, right there, to clarify for the people sitting in the back, Stearns never said he dropped Maddie off at the church parking lot. Never, 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 never. He always maintained it was across the street from the church. Everyone got super confused when the church had that video footage of allegedly a girl out in the parking lot. There was. The girl was never Maddie. The cops always knew it. They didn't care what Jennifer and Stefan thought. So Jen put it out there in the media that it was Maddie, basically, and that's where they had dropped her off. But they didn't drop her off anywhere. He dropped her off across the street from the church.
3 Ultra, I think.
I don't know how to work this thing.
So I barely know how to work it myself.
I'm an iPhone person.
No.
Is it okay if I go in your settings real quick? I just want to see if you're logged on to your Google.
I am not logged on to my Google with that, actually.
Is it okay if I check?
Yeah.
Does she have any other devices besides that phone? Any other electronics?
She had her school laptop with her.
Okay. Is that still supposed to be with her?
Still supposed to be with her, yes.
Okay. And what kind of book bag was she carrying?
Black book bag with like grayish blue hibiscus flowers on it, like a print.
And then some weird ass paint you put all over it. Don't forget about that detail. The weird ass paint you put all over it before you threw it away in the dumpster with that laptop inside. What I feel like.
When she leaves in the mornings, where does she usually put her phone?
Either in her backpack or like her back pocket. Kind of wherever she just thinks to put it at the time.
Hold on, I don't know how to use this phone. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Interrupt. Hit him, Tagler.
I don't know, you've probably been asked already, but she's never ran away or been away for longer than a certain period of time, amount of time, nothing like that.
I think she'd know what to do if she did run away. She's not the type. She's a good kid.
I got you, Dolphin. Coming.
Besides the ADHD, is she diagnosed with anything else?
Yeah, she was tested a while back and had some symptoms of autism, so she's potentially on the spectrum there.
Okay.
She was tested recently, right? Stearns, and possibly on the spectrum. You mean she was possibly mentally disturbed because of the shit you were doing to her from the time she was almost 7 years old? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to past age 7 because I know about the very first video you did. I read it in the document. I read exactly what you told that poor little child to do to you in order to get your phone to play that game she wanted to play. And you thought it would be cute to record the whole motherfucking thing. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm gonna need my anxiety medicine before this show's over. Where are my gummies?
She was officially diagnosed with it when she was younger, and then she was retested and said, well, she shows symptoms of being on the spectrum, but maybe not full-on autistic.
Is this what you use to go places?
Yes.
Because I can't find my way around the town I live in. I get confused and don't know which way's which, where the McDonald's is, where the vape shop was located. I don't know where nothing fucking is.
Go places, search addresses, look at store hours.
He means all those cartoon store hours. Comic books, your little toy figurines. You got to be at that Target every time there's a fucking sale or a new truck rolling up, don't you, buddy? We've heard all about it. No Tamagotchi bullshit.
Write reviews.
He writes reviews, y'all. Oh, don't go anywhere he's ever fucking
Pretty new
recommended.
phone, though.
Who does he think he is writing reviews?
Have you ever seen him on Reddit where he gives advice
Girl.
to people?
Yes, I've read all. The one that got me the
Actually,
most.
pretty good advice. Some of it.
No.
but-
You
don't think so?
Girl, there was one where a mother wrote. She herself was molested as a child by her own father. So now she's married and has a child, a little girl. She can't help her own fears and thoughts. So she writes about it on Reddit, and she's legitimately asking for advice because she doesn't want to be that way with her husband. This asshole wants to chime in and tell her how bad of a rap men get because of women like her, and how she needs
Oh,
to go
shit.
back to therapy, and she need it quit gaslighting her husband and do
Oh,
and it what and the
really?
and it did. I'll have to. I'm gonna bring it out. I'm gonna do a members only one night and bring all his shit out there that I've got on him. Firefly or Butterfly and I deep dove this dumbass and read all that shit, and I've got it all. But that one alone, he says some pretty bad things to a lot of people. Let's put it that way. But that particular one to me, and then he gave another lady advice on her pregnant teen daughter that was just totally ridiculous. And it's like, how can you be on Reddit trying to give out this advice like you're some great person with some fucking insight when now we know what you were secretly doing at home to a child?
Well, I clearly didn't read all of them.
Yeah, there was some bad ones. I mean,
Wow.
it got ridiculous. Sustenance. I got your whole ass Reddit account. You can't hide from me, Sustenance. I'm in Florida too, you fucker. Sorry, y'all. I hate this dude. I fucking hate it. All my rage will come out on him. I don't have much rage. Well, maybe for one person that I harbor forever, but who knows?
Have we had any updates?
We literally have like 50 people right now on scene looking. I don't know if there's any updates. The best person would be the other detective because he's the one that is in charge of all this.
Any updates? He got mommy issues, alright. Mommy got issues too. She had him forever and a
I don't
day.
think I've eaten anything since yesterday.
Oh, you poor baby.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are worried.
When did you come back to help Jen? Is that her name?
Look, I love how Tagler, I noticed this with her before I ever saw her on the stand yesterday. She always stays focused. She don't give a shit about his little whiny ass and his little, I haven't eaten. And the other cops trying to be nice. Well, I'm sure you guys are worried. She's like, I don't give a fuck. I need to ask you some questions. And I'm like, yeah, you go, girl. We don't care. Maddie could be hungry too if she were still alive and had been taken by a stranger off the side of the highway. Like we were all thinking was a possibility at that point, Stearns. Poor child could have got abducted. Hungry as hell. Here you are whining about your hungriness. I hope you fucking starve in Florida State Prison.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like, because you live down south, right? When did you come back up north to help her?
I just got here this weekend.
Do you remember what day it was?
Sunday. Sunday was her birthday party, so yeah, it was the evening after her birthday party. Sunday.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got here on Sunday?
8:30ish, maybe.
Okay.
Just in time to make sure that she was doing all her nighttime routines.
So he got there at night just in time to make sure she was doing all her nighttime routines. We now know, Stefan, you didn't attend her birthday party because you were not welcomed there by her family members. They didn't like you. Jennifer did not attend her daughter's birthday party for whatever fucking reason she gave work. Most mothers would schedule a 13-year-old's 13th party around that work schedule. Even if she's a single mama working 2 jobs, she's going to schedule that party for her day off. Even if we have to do it on a day other than your actual birthday, which was done in this case, by the way. But Jen still couldn't make it. So 15 minutes after Jen's sister drops that baby girl off at her house, you show up. 15 minutes later, you timed it perfectly. because you were communicating with Maddie. Remember, you were her trusted go-to person every time her and mommy got into a spout that I think you egged on the entire fucking time. Piece of shit.
You live in North Pole, right?
Yeah, I split my time between the two.
Is that
places.
on?
Right, Carrie?
Split my time between the two.
Is that Broward County or?
Sarasota County, I believe,
okay.
or Charlotte County, either way.
I don't fucking know.
It's my parents' house. They're old and they need help these days, and they got a house full of poodles.
The parents, they're old these days and need a lot of help and got a house full of poodles. Them poodles drove his ass crazy, and I learned that very early on, and I love those fucking poodles. Let me just say that. No, Firefly, nobody in Florida is even talking. Everybody's got the brakes on when it comes to that bitch. Trust me, I'm not the only one just trying to figure out where she's at. I have my thoughts. And the only thing I can conclude is the state might be hiding her out somewhere.
It's chaos. That's why I needed to come back up here and just get away from that. Between two deaf old people yelling at each other and poodles yapping all the time, it's enough.
Two deaf old people. You know, his mom and dad have come out and said their little interviews, and they've heard this shit on the internet, and they've heard, have y'all heard y'all's son call y'all that yet? You're deaf and you're old, and he also told that cop how y'all was preparing for your end of life stuff, and he had to be there to help y'all with all that too. And he was probably going to take your poodles, Deb, and drop them off at a shelter somewhere off in the woods. He wasn't going to take care of your poodles, honey.
Have to drive anyone up a wall. Just very happy to be back here.
Oh, I was on mute for a minute there. This guy, y'all, he's lying.
Did you, when you guys were looking for you guys look?
Me and her stayed local. It was all the rest of the family that mobilized and was beating the bushes. And
Did you guys drive together or separate?
The thing about that, Carrie, is she has to be there voluntarily at this point. Florida has a Baker Act with a 3-day hold. Her family can do it, or the police can do it. She can do it herself as well. After that 3-day hold is up, she's not convicted of a crime, so she's not at what we have a state hospital here called Chattahoochee State Mental Facility Hospital, and she's not there. And if she is somewhere, it's a local, wherever she's at kind of place, and it's going to be her having to pay for it. So I know the rumor is she did go in, but I think she did go in for like an evaluation and what they call stabilization.
Question:
And
how would you know if she's there? Because that's HIPAA. They can't tell anybody.
No, they can't. Exactly. No one's going to know. That's the whole thing. No one's going to, but legally, if Jen is still in a mental health facility, she has to be self-imposed.
Unless
right?
the doctor
Or her family.
after
Right.
$78
I mean,
can say
nothing.
Along here.
The only thing that can legally keep her in a mental facility right now is Jennifer herself or her close family, whoever has power of attorney. The doctor can recommend it until the sky is blue. The patient has to agree to it. She's not in legal trouble. She's not in custody. They can't force her into anything, nowhere. Under Florida law, when this first happened, if they did want, if her, say her family thought she was suicidal and wanted her evaluated, say she thought she was suicidal and wanted to be evaluated, she goes in for a 3-day hold, and they do what they call stabilize you. And then from there, they decide what to do, whether you stay in facility for treatment or go home for outpatient facility for treatment. But as far as being legally bound to a hospital, no, she's not. She may still be somewhere voluntarily, and her family have to pay for it. But she's also on disability, so that could be a factor paying for it. But we don't know where she is right now. And if she's not in a facility voluntarily, then the state of Florida is hiding her out. And why, I don't know.
I don't think we drove anywhere when we were looking.
You didn't drive anywhere?
Not that I recall.
Did you guys go anywhere last night? Was that media?
Maybe. I think Fox 35 or something.
If it is, let me tell him to use the paper.
Okay.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was so zonked out on Ativan at that point.
Okay.
He said it was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
I don't recall us going anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. It's just.
How many tranquilizers were you on, Stearns, and what were they? I was on a bunch of How many tranquilizers are you prescribed, dude? Butterfly or Firefly. I'm gonna keep calling y'all the different names. You're a nurse. They don't normally would prescribe multiple tranquilizers. I mean, I get if you're like a super psychotic person, you're gonna need the Seroquel and all the things, but
multiple as in different kinds.
He says tranquilizers. There's mood stabilizers, there's anxiety pills, there's antidepressant pills, but tranquilizers is more along of a line of a heavy duty sleep med.
I mean,
so how many
he doesn't know. He's not medical.
Yeah, he don't fucking know. He gonna call all his meds. Anything they gave him at the mental doctor.
Sedating. Anything that has a sedative effect, he's gonna call it.
I'm not making light of the mental doctor, guys. I have a mental health doctor, and I tease my son and call it my mental doctor. So I'm not making fun of people who need mental health doctors because I'm one of those people. But it's my mental doctor. I'm not. It is what it is. I'm not going to make up a word for it. So yeah, I'd love to see his med. Now we've not seen a meds list on him because it's HIPAA. You know what I mean? There's nothing in the documents, and I do know this about Florida once because I did well, I didn't do it while I was streaming like an on-air interview or anything, but I've talked to two girls that serve time in the county, and so they were telling me like if you enter the jail and you're already on a list of medications, I'm assuming it's the same across the state, but locally, once you go in, like it doesn't happen right away. Of course, everything takes its time, but you end up seeing a doctor there at the jail, and stuff you were prescribed prior, they start prescribing while you're in jail. Right, and you'll get those same meds prescribed, especially like if you have like blood pressure and things of that nature that you have to have. And even I think like if you are already on anxiety, antidepressant, or sleep meds or something like that, you could also continue that stuff once you're incarcerated. So I'm assuming it's like that down there in Central Florida as well. So he's probably got his meds all ordered up now. Lord knows in Indiana they'll dope you the fuck up on some meds if you need it. So
we know if he has any like personality disorders. Has he mentioned
guy,
that?
No, the only thing he's got is his little TBI he got when he was 7, when the Toyota 4x4 ran him over in the parking lot. He got that traumatic brain injury.
Okay, so it could be on something for seizures, anti-seizures.
No, he's not documented as having anything wrong with him. Honestly, we've read so many documents. There's nothing yet. He was not prone to have seizures or anything like that. Now, his mom has come out since all this and started to tell us, well, he was never right since the accident. There's this, there's that. A couple times it was brought up in documents, but not to the extent where we see it's going to be used yet. Now we got this secret witness coming out. We found out about day before yesterday that they don't even want to tell the judge about. And it had me wondering, what kind of fucking secret witness could you have? one that saw Jen hold a gun to his head and said, "Do this to my daughter while you film it," or what's happening here? You know what I mean? Is it a traumatic brain injury specialist going to come in and talk about Stefan now? Now we got to hear about Koberger's autism, and now we fix to learn about Stefan's TBI, traumatic brain injury. He was never right again after he got hit by that truck. And to this day, him and his mom can't stand Toyotas, according to him. Well, I could imagine it'd be a little fearful there, but I hope one comes right at you again.
You said Ativan?
Yeah.
Damn Ativan.
Do you usually take that, or?
Yeah, I have a prescription. I haven't needed it in a long time, though. But
What's that for?
Anxiety.
Okay.
He's got a prescription for it, but hasn't needed it in a long time. So they're not testing your levels like they are Jen's to make sure you're taking that medicine. How
No,
much
not
do you
for
have?
Ativan. Mm-mm.
No, it'll. If you're on a regimen at a mental health doctor,
No.
they don't test specifically for your Ativan, just your antidepressants and stuff like that.
Well, yeah.
I know they will. That's how they know if you're taking your meds. That is the only way they know. I can walk in there and tell them all day long I'm taking my meds when I'm not. But if they test my labs, they're going to know if I'm taking them. I know that's how it works in Florida. Please trust me on that one. So I don't know about the Ativan showing up, right? If they can specifically look for that. But how much do you got stashed up? If you're not taking them, who is? Because we know you were giving them to Maddie, because the documents state that in some of the videos, some, not just one, multiples, the child appears to be asleep while you're doing what you're doing to her. No child's going to sleep through that. But they will if they're knocked out on Ativan.
I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and I just...
Oh, here you go. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Here you go. And it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. And then again this afternoon. That's why I missed your calls. I'm sorry. I took an Ativan and conked out for a few hours. It's the only time when I'm not crying.
I wish my Ativan would have conked me out like that, dude. I've been fighting with doctors for fucking 30 years about my insomnia. Guess what still happens? I've tried everything in the book, and except that damn Ambien bullshit, because I ain't trying to walk around, cook eggs, and drive around.
Ambien will mess with you.
Girl,
I
my
was
doctor
on
tried that, or mentioned it, and I was like, oh, hell no. I'll just never sleep again, but I'm not driving around or getting up cooking food not knowing what the hell I'm doing. Y'all crazy.
I was on Ativan after I had... Yeah, I was on Ativan for a little while.
You and I have had this discussion. Yeah.
Temporary. And then I went back to work. And
Yeah.
then I was taking Ambien at night to sleep and to make sure I got good sleep.
Right.
And one time I took Ambien the night before. I was going to go to work. I thought, I'm going to take a Xanax or Ativan, whatever it was, before I go to work. And I started to drive to work. Oh, no, that's not a good combination.
Really? Because
I had to pull over. I was like, oh, my husband had to come get me. I'm like,
well, yeah, you and I have both been through some stuff, and we have had that conversation about the Ativan before. And I have been on different sleep meds off and on throughout time, but none of it works long term, so I don't stay on a lot of it long terms. But I've never tried those in that family, I guess. And my doctor mentioned it one time, and I was like, oh, no, lady. And she looked at me all funny. I said, I'm not driving around in the middle of the night or getting up cooking food and not knowing all that shit's going down. That's not who I am. And she started laughing.
I never had any of that. It's just if you mix it with Ativan, for me, that was the bad combination. I was like, oh, okay, I stopped taking it.
My meds are light. My Ativan was probably the strongest thing I took, and I took the weakest dose, right?
Me too, but anytime I took it, I didn't give a fuck about anything. That's why I like it, and I save it now for when I really need it. I don't take it every day.
You know what it's great at? Like, The way I describe it, a Xanax is to kill a panic attack while it's
Yeah.
happening, and
Yeah.
Ativan helps prevent them. And so it's not, you don't even feel like you took a medication, in my opinion, if
Mhm.
I've taken it. I don't feel like, oh my God, I need to go to bed and lie down.
Yeah.
I feel this way. I got up, I was able to function, do all the things I normally do, and pretty much forget that I even took a medication. And that's what a good clean medication will do for you. So the fact that the two of them were abusing this Ativan to the point where I'm taking my Ativan and I'm conking out. I'm like, dude, who does that? Is that for real?
That's
Am I the odd man out?
that's why the doctors won't give them to you unless you beg them
Oh,
because
I
people
didn't
will
have to
take
beg.
advantage of them.
I don't know what
I
you're
mean,
talking about. What do
well,
you mean?
back when I needed it, but
Oh, you, oh,
nowadays I'm like I can have a prescription and last me for a year. It's like I don't take that much of it, but it's like they
oh,
dump
girl,
it out like candy.
yeah. What caused my trauma happened 20 years ago, and I didn't really seek a doctor's help at all until 8 years ago. And I just went in and told the cold hard truth, and they're like, "Oh, honey, hold on a
Yeah.
minute. Let's help you out for a second." But I'm the one that can come right off those meds too, because I'm fine.
Yep.
I just, if I feel like, back then it was like,
Because you take it when you would need it and not just to take
yeah,
it. So
exactly. I
many people
wasn't.
just take it because they want either a buzz or
Right,
they
right,
want
right. I
a
don't wanna
escape.
ever be that person. I don't ever
Me either.
I
I don't
got
wanna be
kids and
dependent.
grandbabies.
I don't
Right.
wanna be dependent on anything. Like I said, I
No.
take my
A
Ativan
gr
if I really need it. Like, if I'm having a seriously bad day at work and I just
well,
feel the anxiety
somebody
building, I'm like,
yeah.
okay,
Well, somebody
I'll
said to
take
me
one."
one time, she was like, I'll never, I just don't want it. Just bitching and complaining about life. And I mentioned, well, maybe,
Well, life
you could,
sucks, sorry, I mean,
well,
in
well,
general.
well, I mean, but I was like, well, maybe, you need a little extra help and you could try this. Oh, I'm not taking no medications, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, go do you then and keep bitching about your life, right? I'm going to go get myself the help I need if I need it and get back on track, and then I'll be fine again. And that's
Mhm.
exactly what I did.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person where I have to wake up and take a medication. If I have to, then okay, fucking fine. But if I don't have to, I'm going to do that too. Because a
To
lot of
me, if
it's
you're
the
at that point where
kids.
you need to take it, there's other things you need to do. You need to start meditating or you need to start fixing whatever's wrong in your
Well, I
life. Like,
got news for this guy right now.
yeah.
I got news for him. I've done went through his whole life history, and the worst thing that's ever happened to him is his mommy and daddy almost got a divorce, and he got ran over by a truck. That is
Oh, and
the
I made him pay his own rent one day, maybe.
fuck him. He has had no trauma in his life ever, like losing a child, maybe, Stefan, one that you actually loved and cared about and would have laid your life on the line for. That might cause actual PS or PTSD and worsening of insomnia that you were born with, sir. And if I don't abuse Ativan because of that reason and excuse, you shouldn't be doing it either, you beady eyed little bastard. Tell him, Firefly. She knows what I'm talking about. She can preach a girl.
And I remember after we got
It's okay if I just pop down real quick.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Let me pop him. I'll pop him down. I'll plop you down. I'll pop you till you plop down. Oh, I probably shouldn't say that kind of stuff like that. That was a joke. We take up a group, Bill Fun.
So we're trying to get just a good idea, times, all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm giving my best recollections. I'm not a morning person as it is.
Oh, jeez.
So a lot of the times are
Now he's
best guess.
histrionic, okay? That's histrionic.
But we know that you go up Jongyang Parkway.
Tell him, dog.
Down, that's the road you usually take to take her. And then,
Yeah, he's fixing to get all confused. Okay, I do not live in Orlando, Stefan, but guess what? I know where John Young Parkway is. I know my way around Orlando because I'm a Florida resident. And when my babies was growing up, we had annual passes to Disney and Universal. Firefly, I'm pretty sure you know where that is at too, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he don't know where he's at.
Then you make a left at that McDonald's, right, which is the town loop.
You can make a left to get there either at the McDonald's or at Town Center itself. They both lead to the school.
So if you leave her at, just so you get a sense of direction, Jongyang Parkway goes northbound and southbound. So you're going northbound into Orange County, making a left at the McDonald's, which is the town loop. You said when you did drop her off at that medium, you said it was around 8:20 to 8:30ish, somewhere around that time.
Somewhere in there, yeah. It was early, but not like outrageously early, you know.
So what would you estimate when you made a left at that McDonald's to be?
Do you know what we don't have? We've got we have camera footage of him going back into the apartments with Maddie in the front seat, head slumped over to the left. Security guard sees this with his own eyes, plus the camera captures it. He also leaves out of the back gate, which we can see. We have those images. What people don't know is when he got Maddie from the condo to the car and how. If the state of Florida has that evidence from somebody's ring cam, it's not been released yet. And they're really good here in Florida about releasing all of this stuff. That's why we're getting all this discovery dump in Stern's case, because of our sunshine law. So that's always a question in the back of my mind, is when did he get her into that car, and did he have help? You know what I mean? Dolphin says, I'm almost full. I might get leftovers boxed up and just go back to the vet and wait for my dog. We were so curious as to what you ordered. Type it in chat. We want to know. Did we get well, some of us said shrimp, and then Firefly reminded us that you love. Oh, you're listening. Your love of
I'm listening. Can you hear me?
So what did you get to eat? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. We hear you. What did we
Yeah,
eat?
sorry. I just have had some technical difficulties. My microphone in the earbud wasn't working. I've had my earbud in the whole time. This is like a fancy grits and shrimp dish. That's like a lot of spinach in it. I've got some wine. I've got some San Pellegrino. Oh, and I had some fried oysters as an appetizer.
Oh, nice. We have a place in town with some excellent fried oysters, and now I'm jealous. Wow. It sounds good. We were curious as to what you were ordering, what we were going to be eating today. We're living vicariously through you, so wow. So anyway, okay, so you're going to go pick up the puppy, our mascot doggy?
Yeah, I've still got to finish this glass of wine, so
Okay.
yeah, I'm still here though.
Is it a good glass of wine?
Yeah, it is. This restaurant is South African. It's a South African Sauvignon Blanc.
Damn, Dolphin's got some taste, y'all. Y'all hear that? She's sipping on some South African wine right now. Damn it, man.
Yeah.
I'm moving. Can I move? Dolphin, will you adopt me?
Shoot, I don't know how much longer I want to be here, you know. this vacation next month may
This is true.
you know,
She's about to
make
fly
me just want to pick up.
Yeah. Yeah. Dolphin's gonna sell everything she's got and buy herself one of those camper vans and take off, and I'm gonna be like, come get me, girl. I'll go with you. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's
She could be like JLR, and she could be on the road and
we can get a Sprinter van, Dolphin, and we can just go wherever the hell we want. Take Pipsqueak along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dolphin's like, I like to roll solo. All right. I get it. All right. Let's let dumbass talk a little bit more.
Oh God, he's revolting.
Isn't he? I can't help but say
After I dropped her off?
No, I'm saying when you dropped her off.
I'm so first left by that McDonald's.
Yeah, when you first go, that first left that you make at the McDonald's.
It had to have been around maybe 8, maybe 8:15, sometime in there.
Okay.
Sometime between 8 and 8:15, I think.
All right, so just so it's, you can kind of picture it here on the map. So you're going northbound. You make a left here around like 8:10, 8:15.
I can see this in the map.
Let's say 8:15, around there. When you get over here, you make a U-turn, you go back to the McDonald's. But you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still north.
Them damn Danishes. We saw a picture of fucking Danishes in his bedroom. Do you remember that, Firefly, in the photo dump? The first large photo dump I think we got. He talks about how she ended up not wanting the McDonald's after all. So he ended up giving her a cheese Danish he had in the car. And what was it, a box of Edamund's Danishes he had in his bedroom. And when I saw them, I was like, ugh, he's such a liar. You didn't offer that child no damn Danish. And you didn't offer her no McDonald's. It was all a big fat ruse. A big story. A cute little story, Stefan. We were making good time. Gonna go to McDonald's, and then she changed her mind. You know, she's just a normal little girl. Embarrassed of the car, blaming the child, blaming the girl, blaming the woman, blaming the lady, blaming the female. I see a pattern here.
Northbound on Jonghyun Parkway. You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto, yes.
And then you drop her off around like
dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Jonghyun Parkway.
Northbound.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10?
Whoa, Gary. Nice.
I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here. At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate.
I forgot. Forgot your gate clicker. The gate clicker was so important you had to go back.
I like how he's like,
He's saying, you know what he's doing right now? He's going, oh my God, I didn't think about this. They know I'm lying about because they already seen this shit. Some of when they get into like the next day when they're talking to him, at that point, they'd already pulled some camera footage. They knew Maddie was in that car looking unresponsive, looking passed out. They already knew he didn't drop her off at that church, but they never told him that shit. And they didn't tell Jennifer that shit. And when you read through the documents and see when these polls were happening and when they were receiving the information, yeah, they knew about him before he knew they knew about him. That's the greatest part about the whole thing. And when they were, that big interview we see where Jen's in the interrogation room and she's being interviewed, Stefan's over in the cold interrogation room and they're interrogating him, about to arrest him. That was unfolding at the same time they're giving the press conference. He and Jen came there thinking they were going to be a part of that press conference. But the cops knew that's not what was about to happen. They were about to arrest his ass and pull her to the side and start questioning her. And they were going to announce it at the press conference that they had arrested him. Because you happen to have a guy who saw you out there changing that tire right where the God said, nope, brakes are on, tires blowing up, you can't go any fucking further. You gotta pull over, dumbass. And you gotta take her out of the trunk to get to that spare tire. Now what are you gonna do with her? You're gonna look both ways and see nobody's coming, and you're gonna run across the street and you're gonna drop her over in the bamboo bushes. Run back across the street and change that tire and hurt your thumb because you're not a man. And somebody's going to pass right by and make eye contact with you and remember you. Divine intervention. Then my favorite evidence on earth, police evidence, tire tread. You left me some at the crime scene. Thank you for that.
Clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down? When you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school. And then we turned around. We had plenty of time to kill, so it was time to go back. I rushed back, got the clicker, and that's when I came back here this way.
So you guys came back here to get your clicker?
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in
Correct.
here with her in the car?
Yes, with her in the passenger seat,
Okay.
yes.
I know it sounds like we're asking you stupid questions, okay? We just want to
it's
verify
okay.
the
I'm
times.
sorry I'm not being more help. I'm not a morning person. I was half asleep as it was. I'm trying.
The clickers to get where?
Into our neighborhood.
Okay, and you forgot the clicker where?
I had forgotten the clicker here.
So how did you get in?
I was able to use my parking sticker for them to scan to let me through.
Okay, so could you not have done that after you dropped her off?
Mm-hmm. I could have, but I also like to come back in from the back gate a lot of the times, and I didn't know if I would be back right away. And sometimes they're busy up front, so it's better not to wait in a line.
What time is security usually there at the front gate?
They were there when I came through. He scanned my ticket.
So would it have not just made more sense to drop her off and come back since security's already there?
I don't know if it made more sense. It's just what I did.
Okay.
That do make sense, dumbass.
There you go. Oh, thank you.
Thanks to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which you're never going to get out, but people like you do get out sometimes. I now know I got one close to me, moved in a couple days ago. Don't worry, got my eye on him. Got my eye on you too, bastard. Too bad Jen didn't have an eye on you. Or maybe she did.
Anything else that we haven't asked that you feel is important? Maybe that might help us out?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble recollecting everything.
I'm going to step away for a second. Hold on.
Anything that you remember maybe she might have told you?
She didn't mention anything in particular. I made a joke about her Crocs. She wears Crocs and socks.
Oh my God.
We were joking about that.
How could he make that up just now? Why make up a story about her Crocs when we know they only found one of her Crocs with the rest of her belongings? And the match to that Croc was found in her mother's bedroom. But yet you were on your way to drop that baby off at school. And now you're going to say there was this whole thing about her Crocs and her socks. It's a Florida fucking thing with kids. My son tried to give my grandson hell. Why are you wearing the socks with the Crocs? I'm like, leave the boy alone. Let him do what he wants, his feet. It's weird that you bring that up, Stefan. That's all I'm saying.
Would she say she's usually like a happy, go-lucky girl?
Very happy. She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just...
When he said that the first time we heard that, and then we realized that's not the case at all, listening to her friends, the counselor, people Maddie was talking to, people she did talk to, how he had been gone since November, and Maddie was actually showing some improvement in class finally. She was no longer sleeping in class all day from feeling drugged and groggy the next day. She was finally waking up for class. She didn't like it when Stefan came over because all Stefan did was sit in the living room, which, oh, wait, there was no living room. There was a makeshift Maddie bedroom out of the living room. What would have been the living room. But Stefan comes over and eats all of our food. That's what Maddie said about you, Stefan. And then we know you were FaceTiming her a lot because you know you were her go-to person. You made sure that you were that best friend. This dude was a sick predator, y'all. Sick bastard. And I hope that every woman single with a man in her life knows what a red flag looks like. Please don't be a Jen Soto.
She's happy. She's just very happy.
And some of this is redacted, guys, on these.
So you'd say you guys have a pretty good relationship?
Yeah, definitely have a very strong bond. And she goes to when gets in a fight with her and she needs someone to comfort her, and like I'm that person for her, you know. Good most of the time. You know.
If she needed someone to comfort her and things of that nature, you know, he was her go-to person for that. Because even Jen and him both go on and on about the relationship that she had with her daughter. And I didn't have that. I have two girls and two boys. I don't let society dictate how my relationships are supposed to be with my family members. Oh, mother and daughters and preteens and teens are supposed to butt heads. Bullshit. Don't tell me those lies, because I'm not going to believe them. I didn't have that kind of relationship with my kids, and I didn't have it with my mom. I feel bad for those that did. I really feel your pain because it's not cool. It wouldn't be cool. But I think anything that, if there, you know, any disagreement she may have had or with her mom or vice versa, he absolutely used to his benefit. He liked to see them two at odds and argue. Did they argue that night, Stefan? Did Jennifer lose her temper that night, Stefan? What happened in that room for?
Not long ago, so she's getting the PMS mood swings, and you know, they butt heads, and so as well as you can expect. But
this
otherwise,
fucker just
very
saying
loving.
they were having PMS
Very
mood
loving.
swings.
This girl knows nothing but love here in this house.
Yes, her and Jen would butt heads, things like that. They would get the PMS.
Fuck
You
this
know,
guy.
look, I didn't get all that PMS, but I don't think I'm normal. I didn't ever get jealous.
Oh,
I
he
didn't get
hasn't seen him.
Yeah, I didn't ever have like real PMS issues. Of course, I had uncomfortableness and the normal shit, but I knew girls that just couldn't function at all during that time, and I'm like, whoa, I hope I never have
I
that.
sometimes would get like irrationally angry, and it usually was about 5 days before my period. But I never like
Maybe I did,
made anybody's life a living hell
right?
or anything like
Maybe I
that. But
was
I could tell I was like,
experiencing it and just didn't know that was the blame for it. I just thought I was being me, whatever.
I mean, you have to pay attention to the timing and see, and usually it's like, oh, that must mean I'm gonna be starting my period in a few days or something. Like whenever you just can't control your anger, it's like
Often said he ain't seen PMS yet.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
me. I don't know if everybody else is
Yeah. I'm always like, I don't know, Blair Witch before, during, and after.
Okay. I see it's different for everybody, but here he is blaming them for it, though, right? Their PMS behaviors and mom and daughter button heads over there, and I'm her go-to comfort guy. That's sickening, sick bastard. I don't care, even if her and her mother have an argument, they should learn the tools to talk it out at the end. Jesus Christ, do I gotta have a show about shit like that now?
hardly ever hears the word no. Double-edged sword that is.
How's she in school?
So-so. She's so-so in school.
Like grade-wise?
She's
or
doing a lot better,
behavior-wise?
though. Apparently she just made Student of the Week.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we're very proud of her. And she's doing singing, choir, and she's sounding just amazing. She sang for me last night, and I immediately wanted to show her the movie Sister Act because of the choir singing. It was so pretty. It reminded me. I told her I was very proud of her.
Does she have, is she like...
So that was the night. And he claimed, and then so Jen claims that before the movie ever ended, the Sister Act movie, that's when she went ahead and sent them to bed. But Maddie did join choir, and Maddie was singing in choir, and unfortunately, since this case just happened, or has happened, and as of recently, the choir teacher himself has been charged on CSAM charges. I can't remember the extent and the details. I didn't follow it yet. I thought, oh, damn. But yeah, there's that. So he would claim that, she was singing beautifully, and he was telling her that. So he wanted to, that was the movie they put in to watch that night before Jen sent them to go to bed. This should get her good sleep.
Video games, anything like that?
She does like video games, yeah. She plays Roblox, Minecraft. I think those are the two big ones that I know of.
You don't know her to like ever have any friends on there that she talks to, anything like that?
She does. She does group chats. She does like voice chatting too on it. Usually with like her cousins or her friends, and they'll all be playing Roblox or something, and, yelling at each other on the phone.
When's the last time you all lived together?
December.
December. Okay.
December.
And you said the reason was for your parents down there?
Yeah, going down to help them because they're getting on in age and they're making their end-of-life plans, and they need someone to help out.
Can you unlock this one more time, please?
Sure.
End of life plans. Is he trying to get rid of them or something?
Firefly.
Offing them?
Firefly,
Like,
that's a good one. That's a good one. I didn't think of it in that way, but I like that train of thought.
I mean, how old are they? They're not even that old. Oh, they're making their end of life plans. What?
Yeah, he's talked shit about his parents behind their back.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard him.
He wants to off his parents. I bet if he didn't get caught for
Yeah.
this, he would have been.
Yeah, this came out, gosh, months ago, and he talks bad about his parents behind their back. He makes them out to be these
Them damn
old
poodles.
He made them out to be these old feeble ass people with these old ass poodles that got on your nerves, and that he could, they couldn't live without him, and he's helping with their end of life plans. But then as the case progressed, and his parents, Deb and Chris came out and started speaking, you saw they weren't what this man was describing at all. It was just liar, liar, pants on fire bullshit, right? So was he planning, secretly?
Yeah, they're with it, Bill, completely.
Because here's the thing. Yeah, when he and Jen broke up, so Jen's dad owns the condo. He is the one everybody pays rent to, not Jennifer. They all pay rent to her father. He originally moved into the room with Jennifer, but when they broke up months before he moved back to Northport in that November, they split up, but he remained in the home, and he moved upstairs to, this is all in the documents, he moved upstairs to room 4. That is why there's a room number 4 on the door. They were all rented out rooms. Okay, under the agreement, he had to pay $600 a month for that room. Guess who was paying for that room? His old feeble ass daddy. Until he said, enough's enough, Stefan. I'm not going to continue to pay $600 a month for you to stay in Kissimmee at Jennifer's. You have to come back to Northport, and I'm going to put you to work. So Stefan packs it all in, goes home to mom and dad's in November. The job with dad don't pan out because lazy ass won't get up and go to work.
Ugh.
So he's taken dad's car between Northport from November, December, January, February, Maddie dies. During that 4-month time period, he's visiting their home 1 to 2 times per month, all in the documents. And because he couldn't stay away, right? He was going to have to, and every time it was because he was going back to help Jen. Jen needed the help. Jen starting a new job. Jen needs sleep. Jen this. Jen need. Stefan also needed to go back, and Jen will then turns around and tells the detectives that they were trying to get Stefan back to Kissimmee, but he had to wait to get his job back at Disney because you have to wait a certain time period from the last time you quit until the next time you're rehirable. A certain amount of time has to pass. He was almost at that time and would have been able to retain his job back at Disney, according to her. And that's when was going to move back full time. But then something happened the weekend of Maddie's birthday. Something went down on that Saturday. Stefan's dad talks about it in an interview with the cops. Stefan talks about it a little bit. It's alluded to. What happened? What was said? I don't even know that we've seen any text, any phone call, none of that from that date, right? I don't know. And there's rumors out there about Maddie's condition. Was she pregnant? I don't know. Everybody's up on
Wait a
debate.
minute. Was this when he needed a pill from his parents? He needed something to calm him down?
Which part?
What you said, something
During
happened
this?
on Saturday or whatever.
Yes.
Because I know his dad
Yes.
said, or his mom, one of them, said that he
Yes,
needed
ma'am.
medication to calm down or something.
Yes, because that's how we
Okay.
knew it was something happened on that Saturday, right? Was that
And
when
he
I
had
said
had a conversation with Madeline on the phone, I think.
exactly.
Okay.
There was
Okay.
a conversation, and we'll have to pull Deb's interviews back up and listen to that with you guys because there was something that happened. So Dolphin's right. His mom and dad talk about something had happened, and there was a phone call, and it was with Maddie. There was something was said, right, that triggered a reaction with Stefan, but we don't know what it was. It's like he panicked on Saturday for a reason. Exactly.
I
Don't
got a
know
quick
what
question then. Do
go
you know
ahead.
when those text messages were? The text messages about you
That's
need
what
you need to get this for us on Amazon?
the top it's in the documents, and I've got so freaking many. I think Butterfly would that might have been in that 500-page PDF that I have. I gotta look. There's a lot of documents, Dolphin, that we have, and she and I read through so many. I really got to go back through some of those, even to find those search warrants. So I do. The coins were these coins about they could have pertained to the game that they were playing, and also could have alluded to her being pregnant. So I'm not sure. But so back to the something happening on Saturday. So like Dolphin and I were saying, there was something his parents had spoke about in one of their interviews, that something had happened, a phone call occurred, he became highly agitated, needed some medication to calm down. And Maddie didn't want to go home, according to her grandmother. So what was going on, and because we also know that Maddie just turned 13, had her party, and had received money. We also learned in the documents that Maddie was looking forward to her 13th birthday party to get money because she wanted to go live in the woods and needed money to build something to live in. Then we also learned that what I'm wondering is if Maddie said to Stearns and Soto, because I don't like calling her her mother, to Stearns and Soto, F you both. I'm not a kid anymore. You can't make me do anything anymore. Or even to him, you can't make me do this anymore. I'm going to tell. I'm leaving, whatever. Did that trigger them to then do something if she's going to tell? Because by God, I think she'd had enough. And if the child was wanting to go live in the woods, and she even told her friends that she was upset that not enough people came to her birthday party and she didn't get enough money. To me, that was that whole piece right there, to me, said a lot. And I wonder if she had confronted the two of them and was like, fuck you, I just had my party, I got $200, I'm not even coming home. And I'm going to tell if you do make me come home. Poor baby. Yeah, right. Firefly, the bio mom. We'll just call her that.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, are you guys done?
No, we're good.
The other detective mentioned that you did not have your phone yesterday?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I left my phone at home in the morning, too. I was so busy riding her to the door on time that I left my phone. She left her phone. We both left our phones.
Did you have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop later when I got home.
And then I also noticed, I was checking your call history. I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual?
Now, see right there, she's checking his phone and he didn't have anything in his call history before that morning. Nothing? Is that unusual? Huh. Weird.
On your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the fuck. Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
What time was that? Do you remember?
Oh, sometime while I was hanging out with Jen. Jen might know. I looked at her and said, what did I just do?
Okay.
She might know better. I don't know what time it was. It was when I was here with Jen.
Okay.
Right, Dolphin?
I don't think I have any other questions. Do you, Louis?
I don't know where my head was yesterday. It was so far up my backside.
That's okay. We understand. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you going to need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. It's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective get...
That right there bothers me a tiny bit. Because the boring attorney made a point about that whole exchange, and I'm thinking, I'm reliving it in my head as it was happening, going, damn it, man. Damn it, man. And then I see a slouchy prosecutor get up there, and I was a bit worried. Just a bit. Going under law, constitutional law. I still don't think she forcefully took his phone. At all. But it's just a little tiny bit bothersome. Does it bother any of y'all, or is it just me? Update doesn't reset your phone. Or no, he's such an idiot. He don't know anything, does he? He didn't know about that Google Cloud and all that. I guess he thought it would take off the cloud and that they would never suspect him because they would never find all that video footage they were going to find. So therefore, the eyewitness changing the tire situation that can pinpoint the body location now. None of that was supposed to happen. So they're never going to think to search my Google account without a warrant. Guess what, Bubba? You were so wrong because you're so stupid. I have that same phone, Butterfly says. I do too. I've got the S23. You have it. Dolphin, I think, has the 25 now. Yeah, you don't get to accidentally. I think all of us know you don't accidentally refactory reset your phone, do we? Now they ask you too many damn questions. Are you sure? Are you sure? You sure 15,000 times. You can't even go to a fucking checkout at the store without telling that machine 10 times, yes, you can take my $10. Yeah. I've been rolling with Samsung myself for a long time. Before that, it was LG because I'm not an iPhone chick. Yeah, Texas Ranger, he does because it matters for Maddie, right? We don't want him to get off on any fucking technicality bullshit that may cause her some injustice. That's where I'm coming from with it. That's the parts that bother me. We expect cops to do better, and I love this detective. I've loved Maria Tagler since the day I heard her go at him because I thought she was calm, she was concise, she stayed on track. She never once gave in and let his whining get to her, and she never one time entertained it. Never one time. She's just like, nah, dude, give me the fucking facts. And I loved that about her. And I noticed this whole phone interaction stuff back when it happened. I just didn't think hard about it until this damn hearing popped off. But he does consent for her to take this phone. You see what I'm saying? He does do that. So that's just a tiny portion of the bigger context. But there were a couple of things that attorney said that I think there was two things he actually said that I thought made me go,
Give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay? Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a little hectic right now. And then I know you were about to head somewhere. If you can just hang tight and refrain from going back in your car, please.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was actually going to move it over a spot.
No, just leave it here. It's fine. Thank you.
In Central Florida, I'm sure you're aware.
Case number 24.
yeah, Butterfly, if you add the Google account back onto the phone, right? But if you don't add the account back on, you don't see the account. And when he reset that phone both times, he did not put his Google account back on that phone. And even Maria Tagler didn't see that Google account. She couldn't see it. She saw a couple of pictures that were allegedly taken the day of Maddie's party because they were timed. She said that in court yesterday. They were time stamped to that day. She could see his call history and she could see his maps, right? But that's all she could see because there was nothing else on there. And at that point, the Google account wasn't even on the phone. No Gmail to check or nothing. No YouTube, nothing.
Oh, well,
so
hold on a second, though. You said she saw his maps, right?
So how did she? Did he
Because he was
download
signed
maps to
in.
the phone?
Well, I
Then he
mean,
had to
it's default. So he had to have been signed in,
He
you
would have
know.
had to. You're right. I didn't think about that, Dolphin. If she, because she says,
And those older photos.
She said on the stand yesterday she could see his maps, his call log, and she saw a couple of photos. And I didn't think about that when she said maps until you just said that. Now, there was no reason for him to reset the phone twice and then download a map without, he still would have had to have signed in. So, interesting. But she didn't see anything other than that stuff right there. Then they put it in airplane mode, they said, to preserve the phone before they went any further. And if I remember from the documents correctly, the search warrant was served for the Google account once they retained that phone. They didn't, as far as I know, didn't look at the Google account prior to getting that warrant. You know what I mean? They already had the camera footage by that point, and they had probable cause to get the warrant for the phone. So who knows what else she saw? Maybe she did see something more, but I don't know. I don't really guess it matters what she saw once he gave permission for her to look, right?
Right.
Dash
I'm just curious as to
113.
where the
Today's
photos
date
were.
is
If they were like on the camera roll versus the Google Cloud or the Google account photos.
Right, but I'm like, if he did a factory reset though, and they had been in the camera roll, that would have deleted them from the roll.
They
You know what I
wouldn't be
mean?
on there. He would have had to have
Right.
taken them after resetting the phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm following
But
you.
right, and she said from the party. So unless
Well, she said they were from the day of the party. He didn't go to the party. Now, if they're photos of Maddie from the day of the party, they would have had to have been sent to his phone.
right.
Because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So she went into something else,
Not
to see
unless
them.
he reset. Okay, what if he did reset well, we know he did. Okay, he resets the phone twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the photos that she saw, maybe Jen sent to his phone. So when they're out looking for Maddie, he's got a picture. I'm guessing at this point. I don't know.
So she went
Or
into
was
his text messages then. That's where I was
she would
trying
have
to figure out what did she go to?
right
His
where
text messages.
to look at
Mm-hmm.
them, right? Versus photo
Mm-hmm.
album, text
Right.
message, Facebook Messenger, whatever, Snapchat, whatever. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? That's a
I'm
good
walking out to
question.
my car real quick.
You're good. I'm gonna let him roll a little bit longer, so if I
Okay.
need to yell at him, I can.
Okay.
February 28th, 2024. The time is 00:16 hours. Speaking with Stefan again. Okay. So, as you guys know, they have, right? They've been going through the phone, and they noticed that there was like a lot of messages between you and. Can you explain to me what your relationship is between?
Yeah.
So at this point, they have the phone back at the station. They've been going through the phone, and now she's asking him, "Can you talk to me about your relationship with Maddie?" They know what's on that phone now. Could you imagine knowing this and then you're talking to this dude face to face?
Mostly things like, when are you going to call us? When are you going to come up here and visit? Hey, poopy head, get online. Things like that.
Poopy head. He claimed that Maddie called him poopy head. Poopy head, get online. And notice when Maria was testifying yesterday, she never looked your way, buddy. One time she flinched about something because I was watching her. Because I'm a people watcher and I like her. So I was watching her reaction for you. She didn't give you the time of day because you're a piece of shit sitting over there in the corner to her.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean
Always
to cut you
were.
off. Your phone. I told you that I was gonna hold on to it, and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
She just asked him if we could download your phone, or do we need a search warrant for
He gave
consent
her consent.
to download the phone? I know. You got to watch these defense attorneys, man. I'm telling you, they get sneaky. Yeah, and he did say he did say that. I still need to check the date and time on that fucking warrant for that Google account, because I'm telling y'all, this makes me a little bit nervous.
You're okay with us going through your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have the PIN to your phone?
Shouldn't we have had to sign something
42586.
to cover their own ass?
The recording is covering them.
So wait a minute, Dolphin, you're right. She's just
Yeah.
okay. Hang on, I gotta echo myself.
Oh, okay.
What's going
Sorry.
on? Okay. So she's going to tell him, we're going to download your phone, but they already know some stuff that's on that phone. So how are they seeing that? Like you said, was he already signed into that Google account like an idiot? And are they seeing things already? And now they're wanting to download it to save all that shit that they're seeing because he'd already put that account back on there. And now they're, can we do this versus, or do we need to get a warrant? He's like, okay, do it. But now I'm thinking he had the Google account on there.
Yeah, because it's habit to re-sign in, after you would do a factory reset or whatever.
Especially if you, hang on, because if it automatically asks you to put your Google email back in, this dumbass might think that he erased his Google account when he did his phone. Because he might be that stupid. Hang on. You know what I'm saying?
Mostly things like, when are you going to call us? When are you going to come up here and visit? Hey, poopy head, get online. Things like that.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Your phone. I told you that I was going to hold on to it and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
You're okay with us going through your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have the PIN to your phone?
42586.
Gave it a right on up, butterfly.
42586.
See, what I'm unclear about is under the Florida statute on the law on that. Would they still have been required, regardless, to get a warrant for that download? And I think there is a warrant for that download in the warrant section of that first doc drop. And that's what I want to go look at. But that's what, even if I understand, I get, I'm following this. I thoroughly understand he gave consent, but I'm talking about a digital download. Would it still require an official warrant even with consent given? He didn't sign anything that I can hear her asking him to sign. And I'm telling you, I can play defense attorney and prosecutor. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. I don't want this dude to get off on a fucking technicality. And I don't want the slightest little tiny issue. And they're about to try to make one of it, right? So I'm trying to figure out if they got a leg to stand on. I hope and pray they don't, because I wanna back this lady 1,000% because I like her that much.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then, okay, so when you guys FaceTime, what do you guys talk about?
Giving legal consent.
There too, we're just chatting.
Okay. I noticed that at some of the times that you guys are FaceTiming, it's like really late. Is it normal for her to be in bed late?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her bedtime's usually around 10:30, 11 o'clock. I talk to them both before bedtime when I'm not here.
Okay.
10:30 is supposed to be her bedtime, but she gets to push it sometimes.
Okay. When you guys are FaceTiming. Okay.
Some phone to FaceTime with her, sometimes FaceTiming them both together on one of the phones.
Okay. And then you said that yesterday you accidentally factory reset your phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, it was sometime in the morning. I had been pushing off doing an update for a while.
Was that before or after you went to the smoke shop?
Smoke shop.
Before? I'm not sure. I'm not a morning person.
Come on. How many times is he going to say I'm not a morning person?
I was
I'm going to smack him every time he says that.
We know.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you know what? It was the new drinking game. Instead of saying, I'm a mom, take a shot, whatever the fuck he just said, take a shot. Yeah. I'm not a morning person. take a shot. It's an inside joke, guys. There used to be a phrase that we would hear somebody on the YouTube street say constantly, and it would be, I'm a mom. So we're like, yeah, every time we hear this chick say, I'm a mom, we're going to take a shot, and you'll be tore up from the floor up by the time the end of the stream. But even especially those of us that don't drink. But yeah, it's like that almost, right? Firefly, it's like ridiculous with this guy. And, like it's like Jen with her good sleep. It's like, fuck already. My God. So did we hear if he signed the consent form? It was silent for a minute there. I don't know if he was signing consent at that point. I hope so. Not just giving a verbal consent to a police officer, even though it's audio recorded. Legally, I don't know if that was enough. If he needed to sign a consent, and I think he might have did. Either way, he gave up the phone initially, and they were able to look at stuff freely, and that's his fault because it was on the phone, and he had done given them, access to the phone. But I know they got a warrant. I just got to go back through the documents and find the date on it, and it's got the timestamp on it as well.
Doing this update, it had some sort of weird option at the bottom that said something about reinstall everything, and I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing.
Okay, can you
Jen was
explain
right
to
there
me, where were you? Like, were you in your settings?
I was following whatever the links were for the OS update.
Where I don't have an Android, so I don't know where you...
I'm not super tech
Is
savvy,
it like
I'm
a
so sorry.
text? Was it...
It was a push notification that came in at the top that I had just been ignoring for
like
a long
up here.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I just... It was a... It's a boneheaded maneuver.
Okay, and then where did it direct you to?
I don't know. It took me to a page with all the stuff in the system, and I clicked something. I wasn't paying attention.
Do you remember what it said? Like, what kind of update was it?
It was like a big OS update, and it had all these options, and it was like reinstall something with all the apps and stuff. Reinstall everything, the apps and stuff. I don't know exactly what I said. I pushed it, and it started doing the update, and then it turned into some sort of reset or something. I'm not sure how I did that.
Okay.
I was half asleep,
and then when you came back to get your key fob, what did you do when you got here?
Ran inside, got the key fob, ran back out again.
Okay, where did you park?
Right up here, I think.
Okay. How long would you say you were inside your apartment for?
Literally long enough to run in, grab the fob, and come back out. So.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Most.
What did you do when you came back out?
Got back in the car and went back on the morning mission.
Okay.
Hey, Dolphin and Firefly, when you guys get a chance, check Discord.
Camera has you in the complex for 12 minutes. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, coming into the complex, driving around, parking, getting the fob, coming back out. Sounds about right.
Okay. And then you leave. What time would you say you dropped her off at the school? Or not at the school, but in the area?
My estimate was sometime between 8:20 and 8:40.
Okay, the camera has you leaving the complex at 8:31.
8:31? Okay, so it must have been closer to 8:40 then.
Okay, and then after you dropped her off, did you go directly to the smoke shop?
I did. I went directly to the smoke shop. Waited. It was supposed to be open, but it wasn't. I waited a little while to see if they were just being slow about turning on the open sign. They weren't, so I went home at that point.
How long do you think you waited?
5-10 minutes maybe.
Okay, so if you drop her off at like 8:40 How far is the smoke shop from there to where you dropped her off?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many minutes. How far?
Did you go anywhere else after the smoke shop?
Sorry. I don't know. I don't think I went anywhere specific. I was just driving probably in the direction of home. But
Driving probably in the direction of home.
You know what? Everything is so pathetic sounding with him too. Oh, I don't know.
You know, okay, so we have heard his ass sit there and consent to giving up the phone.
Right.
I might have an issue with a couple of tiny legal things, but they're not huge. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. Honestly, these attorneys seem lame. The defense seems like they want to because they need to. They got to build a reputation and they got to build their little careers. But that slouchy prosecutor, I didn't care for that. I need more. I need more. I'm looking. Let me go through my docs real quick. Let's see. It takes this one forever to load up because it's 896 page PDF. Hang on, it just takes it a second. It's slow. So yeah, I got an interesting night ahead. Apparently.
Oh yeah, I saw what you were talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been waiting.
I'm in.
Yeah, I've been waiting on that one. So, I haven't thought about dinner today.
Yeah.
Actually, no, wait, I did. Never mind. Skip that. I was thinking. Never mind. I just went totally mind blank. Wow. I think it was that extra gummy I had to take. I forgot earlier I did make that pasta salad, and there's like plenty left over, and I'm gonna probably have that for dinner because the boys aren't coming straight home today. They're going to the ball game. It's like a minor league team in town, and anyway, they're going to the ballpark, and so they're gonna do dinner out. So, yeah, I ain't doing nothing the rest of the night but chilling. All right, so
Yeah, same.
yeah. Is Pipsqueak still at the vet?
Yeah, I'm about 5 minutes away. I'm sitting at a red light.
What time is this thing tonight? 8 o'clock?
Oh, I didn't see the time. Is it 8?
I don't
For
know.
those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry, we're being rude. I didn't mean to do that. Drunk Turkey is doing a show tonight. He had talked about it a week ago, doing.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's a recorded interview he does with Steve Gonzalez, father of Kaylee Gonzalez, Idaho 4 victim. So he's releasing that interview tonight, apparently, because it says the highly anticipated Steve Gonzalez interview, react and question answer. So
yeah, he mentioned that before that last hearing and said
yes,
it would be
he did.
shown sometime after the hearing. So he's
Yes.
been, yeah.
Yeah, he did. You're right. Because we watched that live where he talked about it. And so we had kind of been keeping our eye out for that because a while, what was it, a year ago, Dolphin? Has it been that long even that he did an interview with Christy Goncalves?
Yeah, yeah.
And that wasn't aired live and it wasn't a video recorded with her. It was a phone interview with her privately, and then he came and talked about the things she said. Basically, isn't that how that one went down? So
yeah.
So this one, if I remember him correctly, this may be an actual recorded. I don't know if it's just audio or if it's a video. I don't know how it's going to play out. So if you guys are interested, go over and check out Drunk Turkey tonight and the interview with Steve Gonzalez. That's what Dolphin, Firefly, and I'll be looking at later. And then maybe tomorrow we can talk about it during the Karen Reed lunch break. All right, let me show you guys my screen and what I'm looking at.
Gosh, today's Thursday? Wow.
Is it? It is. Yeah, it is. Yep. I had to double check because I'm never sure. Yeah, it is. I remembered because that's when my son told me, I think like at the beginning of the week, he mentioned they were going to the ballpark. So on Thursday, that's how I knew. And then I forgot it was Thursday a second ago and that they were going to the ballpark. So it doesn't matter. Oh, thank you, Butterfly. Um, this, guys, is at the beginning of an 896-page PDF drop on Stefan Stearns. It
I
was,
bet that is juicy.
girl, it took me so long to get. I went through this shit live, and it took a minute, like a week. It took a while. There's a lot. It is very good, and there's so much about it I don't remember because there's so much information. And some of these documents, one of the PDFs, I think it's the 500 one, and there's one just from the whole Northport Police Department, but they have the visuals of where they just spot this car all over town, right? Where all the cameras see it doing its thing. And this is like the first one, where they made contact with the deputies who were conducting an investigation into the property to do so it's basically the very first time. Date is 5/7, or no, that's the victim's birthday. What was this again? Okay, hang on. I wanted to find the warrant section. Property. This was just a list of the crime scene contamination sheet of the people who worked the crime scene. They have to sign in and out, and they have to give their times of when they come in and out. And that we went over that. That's what all that is. There is the crime scene investigators that were in and out of the apartment, and some of those were probably from the actual scene where she was found. Some of these are very administrative type information documents. Some are not. There were a list of your responding officers will be on there from the different departments that were out there. Look, this always intrigued us because this officer's name is Jennifer Soto. Like, you can't make this shit up. So you go down and then see a lot of that, like this whole narrative here was redacted. And you'll get to a point where there's these black pages and they just roll on and on and on. And what those are the CSAM pictures that will
Oh,
never be
Jesus.
redacted. Yeah. I forget how many pages of those were in here. So this one was a supplemental report. It was dated March 1st. On March 1st of 2024 at 1600 hours, I responded to 5670 Hickory Tree Road, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772, in reference to a missing person. Upon arrival, I provided scene security to an ongoing investigation. I complete a crime scene log for all persons entering the scene. Now, every crime scene has that guy who is to document every person coming and going from the scene. And that's what this officer was doing. And for those of you who don't know, 50, 60, 70 Hickory Tree Road is where Maddie was found. Contact was then made with Hardy Dimneck, who was the landowner. He provided a sworn statement and written statement, completed and consent to search affidavit. Both documents were submitted for processing, and that included his involvement into the incident. So the homeowner had given them. Now the homeowner had stated that gate was open. So Stefan wouldn't have had to climb the gate or do anything to manipulate the gate at all. It was open. And the farmer I had heard that he wondered, I think it was an article where he had wondered what had happened if the gate had been closed. I don't think a lot. It still this type of gate. My brother has these around the horses that you can just crawl right through them. So it's not like it was his fault. So I hope he doesn't blame himself. But apparently that night the gate was open. So it would have been easier for him to just walk right up in there, right? Basically is the whole point of that. So this is another incident report. I'm just kind of looking for warrants real quick, guys. I'm just going to see if I can find them because there's so much in this document. And there's two different police. There's Osceola County, and then you got the Kissimmee Police Department is also going to be taken over as lead investigation. Because she's going to be reported missing in Osceola, but she lives in Kissimmee, right? So that's how they work it. Like with Tiffany Daniels, when I bring her mom on, we talk about that. Tiffany goes missing here, but she lives here as two separate counties, even though they're like 5 fucking minutes apart. And the way it's just a hot mess sometimes. So different departments automatically. But they've done a decent job working together, these two departments. I'll give them that. So here, my favorite right here. This one was property evidence taken into the death investigation. This was from the 5670 Hickory Tree Road location where they found Maddie, where his flat tire occurred. Tire fragment from marker 1, a tire fragment from marker 2, and scene photographs. Now, if I showed you guys a map, you could see on the right-hand side is where the gate and the bamboo patch was, where Maddie was. Just so happens right across the street from this 2-lane country road that there was like a small pull-off pad, just like right there, in case you needed it. And lo and behold, Stefan needed it to change that tire. You can't. I'm like, what? And then they did Faro scans. Like, look at that, Faro scans. Yes, at the crime scene of Maddie's outdoor crime scene. On top of that, and that was done on USB. And then we took a look at this one was from the major case prints, the collected from redacted is Maddie. So they took her prints. This is all from the crime scene there. Yeah. And then they go on and on. So I don't know. I'd have to look and see. A lot of this is redacted. Supplemental report from Orange County. There's tons of these supplemental reports. And there are some of these that as they go on, they get tough to read. So we just kind of took our time with some of them and tried to do it respectfully, but yet read them. Because like I had to remind myself, I might be having to read this disgusting shit, but Maddie had to live through it. And I'll take one for her to be her voice if need be. And I wanted women to recognize red flags when they're flying in their face. Look, on February 28, 2024 at 07:38 hours, I, Julie Junko, responded to redacted, which is going to be the home and the address and all, in reference to assisting Detective Maria Tagler with a search warrant at the resident. The above residence was located at, and they redacted. We know their address now, but it's redacted, and then they go into their synopsis below. So Maria,
I'm sorry, I was laughing at somebody and their dog.
Oh no, they got a crazy dog?
Yeah, it kept stopping every inch to sniff stuff. She was trying to get it in the store. Yeah.
I watched a lady do a video or post a video. I guess she posted a video, and it was like she was listening to a voicemail the dog sitter, I guess, where you go take your dog in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the kennel. So they had sent her a voicemail about her dog, the way he liked to hump.
Acting up at daycare. I've seen that one.
You seen that? The dog is listening. Yeah. The fucking dog. Oh, girl, I cracked me up.
And it's like so and so is a bit of a humper or whatever, yeah, and the look on the dog's face.
That dog's like, nuh-uh, they're lying on me. You're talking about me, and I cracked up at that one. Right? Yeah. That was funny shit. Okay, so.
Oh, I want a golf cart.
You want a golf cart?
Yeah, some woman she's just rolling through the parking lot in a golf cart.
My sister
a golf cart community.
Yeah, my sister had one for a long time at her place, and then my other sister, we have one at the camp. I love trolling around in the golf cart now.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to use the little 4-wheeler versus a golf cart out here. Yeah, you need a golf cart, Dolphin. We could ride around the neighborhood with you. I want to see the deer and shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
your pretty little neighborhood. I could just picture it. Like Sicily, picture it. If you like Dolphin's neighborhood, picture it. Um,
I've got all kinds of
okay.
ring videos. They keep coming to the front door to check the food, see if I've refilled their bowl.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I forgot
Oh,
I wasn't muted.
oh, you're good. You're good. So they go to the scene security at the. This is where they are at the apartment, the condo. When I arrived on scene, Orange County Sheriff's Office Corporal Kenneth Dale and detectives from the Kissimmee Police Department were there securing the scene. I assisted with maintaining the scene security until OCSO Forensics Unit responded to process the residents. Prior to conducting the search, detectives at the site of the search were notified by detectives at OCSO's Central Operations Building, and they give the address, that were there was they were notified that there was evidence of sexual abuse towards redacted, which we now know is Madeline Soto, 13-year-old victim, at the hands of her stepfather, which we now know was her mom's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, 37-year-old suspect. The evidence was located on Stearns' cellular device. Some of the sexual abuse appeared to have occurred at the redacted address. Now, some of the abuse, can they confirm that every act that they see on that phone was at that house, or was it at other places too?
Well, the photos and the videos are probably geotagged.
True. And there would be visuals in the background, right?
Right. I remember them saying they could tell from, like, the bedspread or whatever,
Yeah.
the room decor that,
Exactly.
at Jen's house or whatever. But if it's
Yeah.
anywhere else, that stuff's probably geotagged.
Oh, hell yeah. Maybe that's why they were asking about them going places. And he was like, he didn't like going nowhere except for look at comic books and shit.
Right.
Contact with, and it's Maddie's aunt and Jennifer's victim's grandfather at approximately 9:54 hours. Approached detectives on the scene. So the family were approaching the detectives. I spoke with them, and a portion of our conversation was audio recorded by Detective Matthew Chang. Below is a synopsis of the conversation. Redacted requested an update, and that must have been her mom and sister, is what I'm assuming. Requested an update and said detectives had already interviewed them. They did not have any additional information to provide that was not already known. They were visibly and emotionally appeared concerned for Maddie's well-being. Redacted said she did not believe Maddie ran away because Maddie, she did not believe. Okay, redacted. She did not believe redacted would do that. I guess she did not believe Maddie would do that. She didn't believe Maddie would run away. They described Maddie's recent birthday celebration and did not know of any reason why Maddie would be upset. To their knowledge, Maddie had not been in communication with any other family members since she had been reported missing. And then they go in to execute the search warrant for room number 4. And they did that at 11:30 hours. And they assisted with I assisted with searching a room in the residence on the second floor, identified by a chrome number 4 on the outside of the door. Inside of the room, I located a black backpack which had one orange bottle of Solo lotion in it. Okay, we have photos of that backpack. Uh-oh. Okay. So
I think I dropped out. Sorry.
I think you did. We have photos of that backpack and that bottle of Solo lotion from his bedroom, and that is a cream, like it said. Let me move this out of the way. Okay. The back of the bottle identified the product as masturbation cream. Hold on. Yeah, in his backpack. Let me get this up there. Okay. At approximately 11:50 hours, detectives Lenardi Sari, Matthew Chang, and I made contact with Detective Tagler and Detective Kyle Cole via the phone. Via a video call, they showed us digital photographs, presumably Stearns abusing Maddie. So, you got Detective Tagler notifying these other officers via a phone call, video call, and showing them what she sees on his phone, him abusing Maddie. The purpose of viewing the child, the CSAM, via video phone call was to ensure the correct evidence was collected and preserved to the best of our abilities. And that's important because here's why. The second she shared that video, it's against the law in Florida. So we know without a doubt, y'all, it's in the documents, before the defense can view those photos of the materials from the phone or from that computer, they cannot obtain a copy and then take to their office. It's against the law. That's trading in CSAM. They have to go to the prosecution's office. They have to make an appointment and view it from there. They're not allowed to take it or take a picture of it or take a copy of it. And that's just how it works. And so they've had to make appointments to go view the material each time they've needed to go view it. And
Jesus.
yeah, that's how it works in Florida. So I don't know about everywhere else. I'm assuming it's that's why they explained that the way they did, and that's cool. I'm glad they did. Um, as to why they did it, and it was probably very limited scope. You know what I mean? We examined the clothing worn by both Stefan Stearns, along with surrounding items such as sheets, blankets, and other articles of clothing. We were able to identify some of the items seen in the photographs and down in a downstairs area. The space appeared to be the living room of the apartment turned into a bedroom. Okay, so oops. Let me go back. Oh, sorry. My mouse jumped on me so bad, like it was crazy.
Oh my God, you guys, you have got to see the cutest Pomeranian puppies. There's like a
Oh,
basket full of them.
oh my God, a basket full.
Yeah,
Are you
turn
about to
on
get a
my
puppy?
camera so you can see. Wait a minute. Is
Okay.
it?
Hold on. Are you about to get a puppy?
Yeah, can you see them? Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh my goodness, they're so cute. And they just got out to go to the potty. Oh, they're so cute.
He's just barking because he wants attention.
Oh yeah. Hi.
They're super nice.
Hi. No. Hi.
They're fine.
Oh wow, that one has one brown eye, one blue eye.
Yep.
Oh. Hi.
She's actually like a prize-winning bloodline.
Oh my
The rest
goodness.
we are all all these three are related, and she's from Georgia. She's the Georgia Peach.
She's Georgia Peach.
Yep.
Oh, pretty girl with green bows. Yeah.
Ellie Mae already tore hers out.
Oh, thank you for letting me put them on the stream. They're
course,
so
have a
cute.
good day.
You too. Bye.
Aw, that was cute. Well, thank you for sharing that. We need a break every now and then, right? Uh-oh, we lost her. We lost her. I'll tell you what, guys. I think I'm going to go through some of those documents and find those search warrants, and maybe we'll do a show See, I'm going to be with Shorty on Saturday night, and I need to also I'm working on a show that I think that would be for Sunday when I do Tiffany Daniels. Um, but maybe do a members only. We'll get a show in with some Stefan Stern stuff and go through some of those interviews and give our analysis. Welcome back, ma'am, and talk about
Hey,
it some more. But I need to
I'm
go
getting
through
ready to
some
walk
stuff.
into the vet. Sorry, I lost connection because they called. So I'm still here, but I'm just going to go inside, okay?
Okay. All right. We'll get her back when she comes back out from the vet, guys. She's going in to get Pipsqueak. Um, I need to go. Let's hang on. So, have you checked the docket in Idaho today?
I haven't at all. I was actually wondering if somebody would check real quick because, yeah, I haven't had a chance to.
Well, they filed two things that did hit, but it was just that bullshit sealing of their jury questionnaire stuff. Those two
Oh,
things.
yeah.
Those two things did hit, and that a couple. Let's see. Notice of compliance and motion to seal witness exhibit. We already knew that one. Motion to seal defendant's phase one lay witness. What? Motion to seal defendant's objections to state's inquiry. Or, I'm sorry, state's requested jury instructions. An order sealing witness and exhibit list. Order sealing state's response to defendant's jury instructions, an order sealing defendant's phase one lay witness, and order sealing defendant's object. I thought we were going to unseal Judge Hippler. And here we have 1, 2, 3 new motions filed under seal, and your order is to agree to that. Huh. I guess because it's witness list, but what is this one way litness? One lay witness. That's like that's a non-expert, right?
Yeah.
Motion to seal defendants phase one. I'm gonna click on it. It's gonna be nothing we can draw from it. Absolutely nothing. Look at there. Okay. Comes Brian Koberger by and through his attorney of record, hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's phase one lay witness list. Let's look at that up. Phase one lay witness list, right? Hmm. Okay, so they're apparently someone who would be called mainly during a pretrial conference, and we know we have that big one coming up ahead of the trial scheduled. I think in May, late May. Um, they have knowledge about the case based on their own observation and experiences, as opposed to experts with specialized knowledge. The list typically includes, that's not relevant here. Here's some Idaho rules. Let's see. Let's go see if there's like an Idaho code we can read on it. Because now, opinion testimony by lay witness, IRE 701. Opinion testimony by lay witness. Would that be the same thing? Hmm. Let me see. Idaho rules of civil procedure. We want criminal. That's not the right place to look. That is not the proper place to look. Goodness. Look, Lori witness list. You know what I did want to look up was like the ongoing witness list in Karen Reed. Because I don't know if there's one out there. Goodness. Get off there. All right, can you guys still hear me okay? Prosecution, civilians, Canton Fire, law enforcement, forensics lab witness, experts, defense attorneys, have civilians. Is this like a whole ass? All right, civilian lit list. Is this, what's the date on this? March 26, 2025. Prosecution's witness list, civilian list. Brian Albert. Read part 1 and 2 of his prior testimony. Oh, you can click on it and read his old testimony? Oh, let's save this. Okay, hold up. Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Chris, Colin, Julie, all the players. Aiden Kearney, Sarah, Heather, Jen, Bridget, we already heard from her testify. Margaret O'Keefe, we heard her testify. Carrie Roberts. So that's the entire list of the prosecution, and I guess you can go and see past coverage, prior testimony. Let's save this. Let's save this link. I'm just going to pin that to my bar. That way it's easy for me to find in the morning. Because I don't mind going over, look, part 1 of her old testimony, right? Is that what let's see. What happens here? It gives you a rundown, basically, of what each testimony was. Okay. Well, you know what? We can go back and review, like, at lunch. Be like, okay, this witness just testified. Look, she didn't testify last time, apparently. So, like, if somebody comes on the stand and testifies, we can come back and look and compare to what they said last time during lunch. So that's a pretty cool place to find, as long as it's accurate. And then Canton Fire, law enforcement, it goes on. Okay. Forensic laboratory people, and then the experts. What there's that Trooper Paul, Firefly. Can you guys still hear me? Somebody let me know. My partners, can y'all hear me at all? Chat, can you hear me at all?
Oh, I can hear you. What'd you say?
Just making sure that people can still hear me.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just looking at this list, trying to make sense of it. You know what I mean? Because I don't know I mean, I know all these players, but I was just curious about.
Sorry, I can
Which
still hear
document is
you.
that?
I can still hear you.
This
That's
isn't
just all
this.
the people who are testifying.
Yeah, this isn't the
Oh,
document. This is all the people. This is the prosecution's witness list, and you can also click on for the defense list and the Karen Reed. You know, was looking for something, so I found that. But I got to looking at down at the expert list for a second. That's what it was.
Sorry, I just
Um,
had you playing through my phone so I could like keep. I'm trying
oh,
to
y'all are
empty all my
good.
boxes,
Y'all
so
are
I can't
good.
get anything
'Cause
done sitting here.
I'm over here thinking out loud, and
No, that's all right.
you know, and then I remembered I had people on panel like, oh wait, can anybody hear me? So I'm just looking for what types of experts they had that made. They got a neuroscience guy. That's that Dr. Wolf.
He's good.
So he's a neuroscience.
He's the what
He
do you call
says
it?
it
The
says
ARCA guy that they kept complaining about. I think that's him.
right. I
Oh
think
no,
he.
no, that's somebody else. That's a different guy.
Okay, it says he's from the Miami Neuroscience Center. I don't know
No, the
why.
guy I'm thinking of is a physicist.
Yeah, we got another Celebrite guy coming in, and apparently he testified before. There's a link to his prior testimony.
Okay.
A Aperture LLC, who is Judson Welcher. The medical examiner coming back in, two different ones actually.
Yeah.
It says Bello, chief medical examiner. They must have testified last time as well. And then another one, Stonebridge, Dr. Stonebridge, is also from the chief medical examiner officer. Okay. And then there's a couple of attorneys, a Good Samaritan hospital personnel, the doctor.
Doctor. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm interested what the doctor has to say. I mean, obviously he testified before, but
Let's see. Is he the doctor that? Let me look at something.
he's got the ER doctor that took care of him.
So that would be the ER doctor that treated John,
I think so.
and not Karen herself when she went in for eval.
Yeah, she probably went to South Shore. I don't know because Good Samaritan's where John went. So,
Well, it sounds like that EMT guy claims he was there wherever she was brought to because she was hollering about not wanting to take their urine test. Well, how would he know that if he wasn't at the same hospital? So, did he just happen to have a call at that hospital she went to, or were they all at the same hospital John was taken to?
Or did they go there to take her and bring her to the
Hell,
site?
I don't know. That dude
I don't
needs
know
to
either.
get his shit together, period.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? The New England Weather Service people were there. You know, we know there was an impending
There's a blizzard.
snowstorm, and people shouldn't have been coming outside no house. I don't
Yeah,
care.
right?
They should have known better. What if they was needed? They're law enforcement. What if they had been needed during the night? My God, you must be on call and serve and
Every one of them needs to go to AA, if you ask me.
You know how that you used to watch some old make believe cop shows. They would have like something major happen, police involved shooting or some whatever, and they're like trying to handle it with kid gloves. If you need to see internal or not internal affairs, but counseling or whatever, and they're like, oh no, we got this. We'll just hit a shot of whiskey and we'll be good.
Yeah, that's it.
Go home, be hateful to the family. Poor guys. Okay. Anyway, curious. So I saved that link so that we can refer back to it at any time. And I am going to look because I'm telling you, there are so many documents in that Stearns case. It is crazy. Those Idaho.
That's smart now.
Those Idaho dockets.
Oh.
They didn't show one
Is there
witness.
nothing new? Okay, so I heard you talking about it. Is there nothing new?
No, I mean, well, there is, but you can't. One is notice.
It's sealed. Okay.
Yeah, notice of compliance and motion to seal the state's witness and exhibits list. Motion to seal defendants phase 1 lay witness list. Motion to seal defendant's objections to the state's requested jury instructions.
Mm.
And then there's orders came down, sealing, order sealing state's witness list and exhibit list, order resealing their response, order sealing phase 1 witness list, and the order sealing defendant's objections to the state's requested jury questionnaires. Like, if I could just get it all worked out.
Yeah.
First, you're going to unseal and give us
Aw.
the great unsealing, and then you're going to go back to sealing and picking and choosing, like whatever. Why do we need to seal a witness list?
I don't
Give the other,
know.
because then the other side would have time to dig up dirt on said witness if they know too far in advance. But don't they got to know by disclosure certain things in advance about this witness? They can prepare to cross-examine that witness about what their testimony might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So stop sealing shit, you people. But I can't complain because at least that's the only thing shady about this case is, well, I won't say that out loud. That's not the only thing shady. I mean, I can pick out shady things about Idaho too. I can. I'll call it out when I see it, FBI. Always called it out from the beginning, so it's nothing new.
Yeah.
Anybody who's listened to a thing I've said over the past almost 3 years will know I've always called that one.
Yeah, the defense medical examiner, I don't know if that's Dr. Russell or she's one of them anyways. Like,
did they have
tried to
opposing
get her.
opinions?
Of course, I mean, they
No.
tried to get her
So
thrown
let
out.
me ask you. Let me ask you a question for real. So they're both medical examiners. Are they from the same medical examiner's office
No.
that examined John O'Keefe? So they're
No,
not. One's
like
going to testify for They're both on the prosecution list. So go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Oh,
But
well,
I'm
I'm just gonna
trying
say
to figure out who they are.
the one you read didn't show Dr. Russell, which is the defense, and she didn't actually examine John O'Keefe. I think she just saw pictures and whatnot.
Well,
and she
yeah.
had-
Of course, she couldn't have examined. I
Um,
mean, that's usually how it works. But the two that the prosecution mentioned are probably from the same office.
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't know why they'd be from separate
Well,
offices.
all I know is there's text messages from Proctor because the medical examiner didn't make it a homicide. I don't think she made. I don't remember how she ruled it, but it wasn't how he wanted her to rule, so he was mad about that.
So he text messaged
somebody about it. No, he's texting somebody.
Here's the thing: if there's an actual text message existing out there between that guy and the medical examiner that influenced her decision on the cause of death, that's a problem. Those are the problems I think people should hone in on. Not all this. I don't understand.
He was not able to influence her. That was his problem. He was bitching and moaning to somebody else. I don't remember who, a supervisor or somebody that.
So they weren't to her.
He did not like the way she ruled.
And he made that known in a text message to somebody.
Yes. I mean, that's one of the reasons he's fired. You know, he's very inappropriate on all his messages.
Many reasons, like his language about Karen wasn't bad enough.
God, yes.
Gotcha.
Horrible.
Gotcha. Okay. I need to see some context behind what was going on here. So he's just a prick all the way around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all the way around.
Yep.
So we got that pretrial conference of, is it showing both of my screens? What did I do? We're showing Dolphin walking around. I didn't even realize that.
I see Pipsqueak.
I'm looking at the case summary.
Pipsqueak.
Hey, look make that bigger. Hold on. Y'all look, there's Pipsqueak, our mascot dog, our true crime puppy. Hey, Pipsqueak. Hey, Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak's like, I'm happy.
Pipsqueak's like, get me out of here.
Mama
She keeps getting on the wrong side of me.
She's ready to
get
get
why you're spinning?
cozy.
Getting dizzy. Getting dizzy with her spinning.
Yeah, she's ready to go.
Like, I'm sure Mama done had her a nice meal, and we're about to get in that car and go home. getting our happy place.
She is a little chunky.
Come on, you.
Little
She
chunky
is super
monkey.
chunky, and y'all are seeing how her fur is kind of thinning or whatever. But the vet told me about a month ago that it's actually because she's overweight. It's probably because she's stretched out.
Yeah.
Like once she loses weight, it won't look like that. I said,
Right.
okay.
Well,
She's not chunky. She's just fluffy.
hey, she likes to
She's
binge watch.
39 pounds as a beagle, and she definitely should not be 39 pounds. She's about 15 pounds overweight.
Oh wow.
Well,
Okay.
you'll have to let her run around the backyard more often now that it's warming up. But she can't
Shoot,
help.
the backyard is the reason why she's in here because she's
Oh
got some
no!
rash all over her stomach.
Oh, poor baby.
So
Maybe I don't know. Maybe build her like a big old puppy playroom. She can't help it if she likes to binge watch true crime and play video games and eat good food.
yeah. Oh, here we go.
She can't
Put
help it if
her in the car.
I'm interested in the defense medical examiner, Rachel says. Yeah, I am too, Rach. Questions, right? Questions. If we ain't nothing, if we don't got questions in true crime, and we should have the right ones. So yes, I'm interested in that as well. And I'm interested in the different experts define and describe those wounds that we see on John O'Keefe's arms as well. And I want to hear the rest of those text in full context. I'm still never going to be convinced, even if I hear Karen going at his ass later in further text messages. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hear him going right back at her. So I'm not going to take those as a sign of, you know what I mean? A means to kill. I think a lot of people have these very heated, high discussions with their partner at some point, but never reach a level, even when they're drinking. And 9 times out of 10, alcohol is involved, right? Because you're 10 feet tall and bulletproof, and things can escalate, especially between couples. But none of that means she maliciously did something that night. I don't think I'll ever believe that. I never believed it from day one. Was probably the reason I never followed this case and dove in deep. Because I can't say I didn't follow it, because I obviously followed it loosely. You know what I mean? But I never dove in deep because it got so messy and weird and fast, it seemed like. And that social media stuff really just turned me off. But there's
me too. I only really followed once it went to trial. I never followed
and
it.
I intended to. Gosh, I intended to, Firefly, and
I don't
that's
remember
why I
what else
just.
was going on back then.
Well, Delphi kicked off for me big
Oh,
time.
that's right. Yeah.
And I was purposely avoiding all Karen Reed. I got to a point where I wasn't even watching the rumor mill stuff I was seeing on social media, or any documents, or any clips that came down, or anything that was probably worth watching, right? Not just like hype shit that the mass media wants you to hear. Even things I would have liked to have consumed. I purposely avoided stuff so I could go into that trial with an open mind.
Yeah.
But then I got really deep in Delphi. And so I just didn't. And then when it ended in a hung jury, I was like, well, damn.
That was so disappointing.
Right? Well, damn. I was like, well, maybe they were right all along. This woman was never what they said
To follow
she was.
it the whole I watched like I said, I missed the first week, followed the rest of it, and then waited 5 days for them to deliberate, and then there's mistrial, bam. It's like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, if they
and then
have,
immediately find out that they acquitted her on 2 of the charges. It just wasn't official. It had to be all or nothing on the
that's
ballot
wrong.
or whatever.
That's
I
wrong.
know.
And
I
the
know. They
defense
even
should
brought
have
it to the
fought
Supreme
that.
Court, and they
Yeah.
rejected it. So
Wow. That should have been fought beforehand during jury instructions. If you can't get there on murder,
don't worry. I bet you they'll make sure it's straightened
you
out this
can get
time.
there. Yeah, you can get there on manslaughter if you can't get there on murder. Because, like I said, Florida has very specific instructions, and so do they. Dolphins on the move.
Oh
Drive safe.
yeah, I just missed my light too.
Oh no.
How
Oh,
far
wow.
from home are you? Does it take a while to get home?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not
what
that
I
far
figured.
at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
what I
have to get on the
figured.
highway. I'm local,
Okay, and down.
out in the burbs.
Yep, I figured she was about like me. She's just like about 15 minutes or
Yeah.
so outside of town, if that.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
She's told me about her yard before and the deer, so I always have this little picture
Mhm.
of Dolphin's yard in my head. It's like a little oasis, I could just imagine.
they keep coming. It's so funny because I told you I put like one of those underbed shoe boxes outside on the patio, and I put like the deer corn and everything in there, and then in the back, and then in the front, I noticed some were coming towards the front door, like the front steps. So I put like a little Dixie plate out there, and they keep emptying it. So I'm like, okay, but they keep coming by at about 5:30 in the morning and setting off my ring,
Oh,
and it's like it scares me. But now I'm so used to hearing it at odd hours of the night that
mhm.
now I'm just kind of like, oh, I check and I'm like, yep, it's a deer checking to see if I put more food in there. So I've got to
Yeah.
go.
Yep.
Uh-huh. They've done
Mm-hmm.
gotten used to it, and they
Mm-hmm.
expect it, and they're like, "Yep, mama's gonna feed us something nice. Um,
Yeah.
we're gonna go and get it too." That's how we roll.
I
That's
had
so
some
cool, though.
bananas that had gotten too soft and I was going to cut those up and put them out for them, but I forgot to do it. It's been a few days now, so they're probably, I don't know if they're still good.
Yeah, I love to sit out back and see the deer come out of the edge of the woods, and they'll graze in the edge of the field out there. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I can zoom in with that badass camera we got on those
They're so graceful and
badass
peaceful. I
phones.
love deer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
know
know,
what?
Oh, yeah.
I'm really shocked. I've never had my own chickens before, and technically they're my
Uh-huh.
daughter's chickens, but it's like, and there's no roosters. It's all just chickens, and they're
yeah,
so cute. They're
yeah,
like adorable.
you can tell you have fallen in love
I
with the
love
grand
them.
chickens. Yeah, yeah,
And the
you fall.
dog likes to chase them. I'm like, hey, don't go.
Right,
Like,
right,
stop
right.
chasing them.
Yeah, my
Oh,
brother
yeah.
had
Oh, Fred killed one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did kill one. Yeah.
yeah, that happened at my brother's too, man.
Yeah.
Got a little
He-
too aggressive with it. Yep.
Yeah, he had chickens when I moved up there. It was so funny, and we were all out back one night, and we had like a fire going and drinking a few beers or whatnot, and his son's dog, one of the hunting dogs, was out roaming around. Anyway, when the next thing we know, it's darting across the yard chasing something, and it was one of those chickens, and it caught it. And then,
Oh,
his son's screaming, my chicken, my chicken. And we're like,
oh,
oh,
they're
man,
so
dude.
cute.
Wow.
It was like, time to call it a night, guys. We just watched the chicken bite the dust.
Oh man,
Hmm.
that sucks.
Hey, the
But
dog, they knew
they're
that dog would
adorable.
do it, but
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
But
gotta like what I
my
gotta make
sister
sure the
used to
chickens aren't
have,
around when I take Fred out. Like,
yeah.
like okay,
Do they
sweetie.
have like a really nice coop? My sister had a
Yeah.
coop for many years in her backyard. She had a really
Yep.
nice one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they seem to know my pattern. Like in the afternoon, late
Uh-huh.
afternoon, I'll go bring out
They
the dog,
expect
go
you
for a walk.
like that, like
So they
dolphins
take off.
here. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They expect you. They know.
Oh, they
They can
do, and
tell.
they know I put little like treats out for them too, like stuff out the back
You know,
door, and
I
they know they're used to that.
remember that you and I, the three of us, had been deep diving Idaho for such a long time, and then my aunt got sick, and I went up to help take care of my aunt when she was um, passing away with cancer. And
Mm.
one of her favorite things to do was just always go outside, right?
Yeah.
And so I
Yeah.
would take her outside every evening because we would have to go in the evenings in Florida because it would be too hot in the day. So I take her out in the evenings, but her squirrels,
They knew.
they knew her, right? And
Yep.
they knew her
Yeah.
pattern, and she taught me the way she did it. So
Uh-huh.
I could just do it for her, like the morning feed and things of that nature. If she didn't feel
Yeah.
like, she could just go to the front porch at least and sit there and watch me go out there
Mm-hmm.
then. And I loved that about her because I could sit beside her and recognize on my own love for the outdoors, and
Hmm.
watching her just sit there with that sun shining on her face, right? Like my morning coffee song says, with the sun shining, I would see her smile and be so happy.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
just listening to the birds, no phone in her hand. She didn't have no damn cell phone. She didn't, do all the things we do, but her love of nature, right? And how
Oh, yeah.
it brought her joy and peace. And so it always, yeah, the animals know your patterns and they'll miss you when you're gone,
Oh
right?
shit! Shit!
Did you miss a
Sorry.
turn?
No, a
You know,
cop just turned his lights on and was
oh, look at
speeding,
that.
and he
Oh,
just
shit.
wasn't like it was like he wasn't going to let me move over. I was like,
Right?
damn.
Dolphin's like,
Sorry, y'all.
Dolphin's like, what did I do? What did I do?
No,
She's
I
like,
knew it wasn't me because I was
Oh,
going slow. I just was like, fuck. I was trying to move over, and I was like, damn, dude.
we saw him
I'm
pass
sorry.
you. No, you're
there it
good.
goes. There it
We
goes.
saw him haul ass past you.
Oh wow.
Well,
Okay.
Dolphin, you're supposed to speed
That
up now and
always makes your
follow
heart
him.
drop, doesn't it? When they turn the lights on behind you, it's like
Yeah, but she's supposed to.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's all, casually doing like 45, and all that. And,
got a purpose.
yeah,
I was
I've got
on
a
my
I've got a
boat.
cup of water in my left hand, and I'm driving a stick. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm having a downshift, with my right hand and move up because Pipsqueak broke my telescoping cup holder, the one that comes out of the dash. And it's just sort of like a floating one. I got to have it fixed because she just broke it a few weeks ago. But I was like, shit, I got this cup of water in my hand. I was trying to move over real quick. Fuck, sorry, y'all.
You're good. You're good. We needed it. You should have followed him so we see what happened. I was riding around town one day, but I was on my phone on a live stream on a panel. And all of a sudden, like 5, 6 cops passed me. And then from the other direction, 5, 6 more. And they head up the highway that my son's business where he works is on, but they go way up past his business. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell's happening? So I got to go see. So I turned down this road and I can only get so far, and they got me blocked off. And I'm like, shit.
Oh.
So I pull over and I can see like every county cop, it seemed like, was on this road at this point. And I could see SWAT. SWAT was out there and everything. And I'm like, shit, should I start recording? What am I close enough? What do I do? The cops looking at me like, flagging me the other direction. Like, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I know. So I whipped around and I went around the other way and I tried to get to the back road and sneak up in there sideways and but nah, it was, yeah, anyway, some dude decided to get in his car and drive down the road, then pull over and shoot. And,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was some guy. He had a mental breakdown, they said, but SWAT got him. He's alive, but they got him. They got him. Okay, so the case summary, guys, just shows that we still have jury. No. I take that back. Looking at the Brian Koberger case. August 11th, 2025, jury trial is set for 8:30 a.m. And I'm assuming that is the day they would start jury selection. A lot of times jury trial starts day 1 is technically jury selection. And then however many days that process takes, then you move into the opening statements phase of the trial. And then on July 30th, we have a hearing scheduled at 9 a.m. July 21st, we have another one. So you got the first one at July 21st, 9 a.m. hearing. And then on the 30th, we have another hearing. Those two are in July. And then coming up soon on May 15th, 2 weeks-ish?
Yeah, that's the pretrial.
Our pretrial conference, yes, ma'am, at 9 a.m. That should probably be a lengthy one if they're going to set up any other scheduled hearings, if they got any new motions that may get filed between now and then, will be discussed at that point as well. So they may be able to sneak in, because that's in May, and then other hearings scheduled to the end of July. They got time all through June to sneak a couple of hearings in if need be. And they had made time to do just that, just in case. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple other hearings. So we were seeing hearings last minute in Lori Vallow recently and in Karen Reed right up till the day of trial, the morning. I was like, what the hell? All this is not all worked out before we go to trial? Are you kidding me? I was really surprised by some of that. And I shouldn't be, but I guess... But I am. Like, I feel like that's why we have all these pretrial hearings, is to get that stuff ironed out. It's like, what are we doing here? wasting everybody's time, Goodness. So, I don't know. Um,
So,
I'm gonna
are
go
you
ahead.
coming? Are you gonna go on tonight, or are you just gonna follow or go on? Or what am I trying to say? Are you gonna watch the show, Drunk Turkey?
Am I gonna do what with it?
Are you are you are you just gonna go watch it? You're not gonna live stream or anything, right?
No. Like live stream his show?
Yeah, I guess you can't do that. All right, never mind.
No, that dude'll strike me so fast. I would be surprised if he didn't. No. Watch party.
Oh, right, okay, all right.
We're
That's what I
doing,
meant. Really, I was like, what are
yeah,
we? How?
we're
What are we
doing the
doing?
watch party.
Okay,
We're doing a watch party, and then we'll discuss tomorrow.
gotcha.
So everybody, go watch Drunk Turkey tonight. What was it? 8 p.m. We said. If you're interested.
Yeah,
To,
8 p.m. Yep. What's going on?
Well, that's central. That's central time now. Remind me. Go look at your YouTube. Type it in so you'll know your exact time. So that would be, if it's 8 for me, that's 9 Eastern. So
It's 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, my co-hosts are on Eastern time, and I am on Central time.
Hey, Butterfly said she just thought of something with Stephen's phone, so I don't know what.
Do what?
She just typed. I just thought of something with her phone. Can you also
What
have
is
a
it?
Samsung account if you have apps, pics, etc.? What?
What is it?
Wait,
I don't see that.
Oh, you don't see it?
I see it.
Oh, you read it.
Yeah. Okay, now I see it. You can also have a Samsung account. You can have apps pick. Yes, you can. I don't use mine. And if he just factory reset all his shit, I don't know where those were he was looking at yet, but you're right.
Oh yeah, I actually was thinking about that. I was thinking about that when I was in the restaurant. That you have a Samsung Cloud account, right? You've got your Google account, because I actually back up my phones to the cloud and Samsung and the Google Cloud, and I do a third one on Smart Switch on my computer, my desktop, just to make sure. So yeah. That's what she's talking about, the Samsung account for cloud, the cloud through Samsung. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can send stuff back and forth between my phone to the computer if I want, and things like that with that phone.
Loving this.
Yeah, I haven't upgraded yet to that. I'm gonna upgrade the kiddo's iPhone because he's got the 15, so I'm gonna get him the 16, and then I think when I did it last time when I got him the one he's got now, I think 2 months later is when I got my S23. So I think after I do his, I'll wait about 2 months and then I'll get mine upgraded. And I don't, the one I got is great. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, there's never anything wrong. It's just like they upgrade.
That's the first time I allowed myself ever to spend that kind of money on a phone. I was like, no, but I wanted a bad camera. Yeah, I wanted
most
the
I've ever
camera.
paid for a phone.
But I got so much more than just a badass camera.
Yeah,
I got a little mini computer, and I set up 90% of my streams are set up from my phone. 90% of my thumbnails and videos and shorts are all done on my phone.
Yeah,
with my stuff. I got my stuff. I can walk outside. I can use a little mini computer. I can come in here.
Yeah, I
sit down.
definitely intend to keep mine for several years.
Yeah. So I'm really on the fence about. I don't know how much better. I know Dolphin said some good things about the new upgrade. It's got the AI stuff implemented, but that's the difference I see with the two, mine and hers. So, but it's a good phone. Love it.
Well, you shouldn't have your ass out in the intersection. Sorry. I just pulled a Brian Koberger.
I was just gonna say.
No, you did not. Oh my
God! The light turned yellow and then it turned red, and that Cadillac that was in front of me across the intersection kind of like threw his hands up at me. I'm like,
But that's
I was further out than he was.
I think what Brian Koberger did doesn't sound like he did anything wrong to me, but
No, he
it's in
did.
Washington. It's against the
Yeah,
law.
small towns. That's what I was trying to say. I think one day when Joe was up on the panel, because he was talking about Indiana and all that. I went to school in Indiana and everything, so I'm like, I'm very familiar with Indiana. And here's the thing: any state, when you are a student and you've got an out-of-state plate on your car, they
know you
definitely
don't know.
target you. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
I
But
agree.
they
I think
know
that's
you
what
don't know the
WSU was
rules.
doing.
That's why they gave him a
Mhm.
warning, because they're like, yeah, you're from out of town.
Right.
Don't do it
Yeah, I
again.
mean, what he did, a lot of people do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Everyone does.
That's
it,
normal driving here.
it was
That's how
his
we do it.
reaction. It's the way he handled it that was the thing. It wasn't that he maliciously set out to break the law, and when it was a lot of folks do that. We do
He
it
just
here.
asked for explanation.
Hmm.
He's like, can you please explain to me
Just like in that other
law,
stop at
because
Farm
it
Road.
didn't make sense to him. So that's all he said. I thought, yeah, I don't know about Farm Road. He might have been a little more combative in that one.
Oh man, I would love to see that
I'd
one.
love to see it.
But they're
I
gonna
would
redact
just
it.
see it
Like, why
too.
do you need my phone number? Why do you need my phone? You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly. And so why question the law like he did about pulling out in the meet? Why can't you just say, yes, ma'am, I take the warning about
But he
going
might have said it the same way. He might have been like, can you explain to me what you need my phone number for? Like, could you just explain it to me? Like,
Wouldn't
I
a
don't know.
criminology student understand that?
But he wants it explained to him, though. If you
Yeah,
could
he
justify it. Tell me the justification why you need it. I mean,
Serves
that's
you
just a
for speeding and not
routine.
wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah.
The law requires you turn over your information as requested.
You're detained right now. Like, this is what, you do. You answer our questions. And that's like, where do you
Simple
live?
question.
Where's your
Your phone number.
ID?
I don't know.
I
Shit.
mean, yeah.
He's
I
all
don't know.
like, why you want my number? You gonna trace me?
Exactly. That's exactly what he was thinking.
I don't know.
He doesn't want to leave a trail, right? And he did.
Oh
He
boy.
should have known better, right? He was stopped there in Moscow. Then he was stopped in WSU. So you got a little trail going already. You should have stopped.
There's one thing that I know without a doubt that can be established about Brian Koberger.
What?
This guy sucked at driving.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But do you think in Indiana, I don't think he was really tailgating, was he?
He
I mean,
wasn't.
God, I'm not
He
going to.
wasn't. He was
I mean,
about
from that
5 cars
video,
away from that truck or
yeah,
whatever
you
that
could
was
see
in
the
front of
cop
him.
behind
Yeah.
him, and he's like, he was well
It's
far
that
behind there.
yeah, those fisheye angles sometimes with those cameras
Yeah,
that you can tell by the way the car is shaped.
Didn't look
all
like he was
this and
tailgating.
that. I got what they said. I also know the rumors out there that he was being followed. It'd be unusual to do two back-to-back 10-minute, 12-minute
Yes.
piece stops to verify your assailant or
Especially if you got pulled over for tailgating, I would make sure I gave plenty of distance after that. So
I don't know. It's just weird that he got stopped twice in Indiana for doing the same thing within minutes of each other. He got stopped at WSU. He got stopped over there in Pullman or Moscow rather, and they're all traffic violation bullshit. The guy was a bad driver.
yeah, I guess
Doesn't mean he murdered people. Just means he's a bad driver. That's all. I don't think I can't read too much into it. Should I know bad drivers? That don't mean I think they're out there, doing stuff to harm to
Now, was he a bad driver, or was he being targeted because he was from out of town? Because he really never did anything. I mean, all he did, he was speeding. He was speeding, I guess, in Moscow.
He was targeted for being. He was profiled
for being out of state. Yeah.
So if he didn't have an out of state plate, they would have ignored his speeding and non-seatbelt.
No.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
No, but I think what she was trying to say is that the excuses that he was stopped were BS excuses,
Yeah. I mean,
it's like, let's just start with this and see what we can get up to,
Right.
Yeah. It's like, wow. with that stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Um,
Are you in rush hour traffic?
No, girl, I'm on these back roads.
It looks like
Right?
you're like in traffic now. Like,
she's like,
I mean, I'm trying to get to a four-way stop sign. There's a four-way stop sign in front of me, and there's maybe
okay.
like 10 cars stopping for
Oh.
that. Yeah, I just passed these movie studios over there. Y'all couldn't see, they were on the left side of me. But yeah. No, this is just I guess because you know what, it's almost 5 o'clock here. So
It is. That's why. That's why.
is just people trying to get to their house through a four-way stop sign. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I always try to
that
avoid
kind of normal stuff.
being on the highway around that, or not the highway, just anywhere around rush hour.
Oh,
I don't want to be out there.
yeah, I would have, but I had no choice because I called and got pipsqueak in at a last minute appointment. You know, like she wasn't scheduled to see them. You know, I was like, can you squeeze her in? So, and then the vet left early at 5 supposedly. So I was like, oh, okay. Okay, here I am. So now I'm up to the four-way stop sign. Actually, when I came through here earlier, there were some construction workers. So I don't know. Hopefully, they'll be gone by the time I get through. Anyway, sorry.
Well, I guess I need to be going. Go take the dog outside. Go for a little walk.
Oh wait, is the stream over with?
I don't think so. She disappeared though. I don't hear Salty. Salty.
Oh, I didn't know if it was still live or whatever.
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
But she's had trouble. Like she hasn't had her avatar all day, so I don't know. Maybe it.
Yeah. I noticed she was having some technical difficulties too. Oh,
I
okay.
haven't heard her unless she's got a phone call or something.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there.
I had to let the dog in. She had went outside a few minutes ago, and I heard her scratching at the back.
Oh, okay. I was just saying I probably should get going. Go let the dog out and go.
The stream is still going though, right, Salty?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we are still.
Okay.
Everybody's watching you drive, and I'm looking at
There are
this.
those construction signs. I see.
I had to scroll through this shit real quick, seeing if I can find the some search warrants. I got to go to the bathroom, so oops. Let me go to the restroom. You guys, if you guys want to stick around, you okay to stick around?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I gotta go outside. I gotta go outside.
Okay, well, Firefly, if you got to jump down and go outside, but can you wait till I get back so you can converse with Dolphin? I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, here are the construction guys. They're just standing around. Looks like they put their cones up though, so that's good. Yeah. Oh, so you know what? I was in the vet. Oh, there's another cop. I was in the vet when you guys were talking about Koberger. By any chance, did she mention how many pages that case summary was now?
I don't know. The other day,
I think it was 90 pages. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me look.
Yeah.
Look real quick.
I wasn't sure how much longer it was.
Let me see. There's only because there was barely anything the other day. Let's see.
You planning to stop? Damn, people just run up behind you. Ever since I got rear-ended, I got PTSD about people running up behind me, like, you know.
Still 90 pages. There's really nothing new. 422.
Oh, okay.
Or sealing state's response to defendant's proposed jury instruction. Yeah, that was there before. Okay, yeah, nothing new. Nothing new. No.
I got it.
Have you watched any of the trial?
Talk about Karen Reed?
Karen Reed, yeah.
I have tried to with you guys, and I don't know. I like stuff happens. Yeah, I've been busy. I was watching yesterday. I was dialed in yesterday to the stream, and then I was like, you know what? I still have not booked these hotels for my trip, and I was like, I need to do some more research and at least decide, you know, how many days I want to be here, how many days, you know, if I want to island hop or whatever. Because I actually started thinking about, you know.
Listen to you, island hopping. That sounds amazing.
I know. Sounds nice.
I know. It fucking sounds
I
amazing.
hope so. I'm serious, y'all. I was crazy though. I was down to the fairy schedules. That's what I was into last night.
I don't blame you, girl. Rock it.
I'm trying to get Crystal organized,
Yeah. So what are you gonna do with Pipsqueak?
My new next door neighbors are this young couple, and they work for a movie studio that's nearby, and they're stunt people, and so they're young and they kind of need the money and everything. So they told me that they keep dogs, like they're dog sitters or whatever too, and stuff, pet sitters. So I was like, oh God, that'd be perfect. She'll just be right next door, or whatever. So like when you let her out in the yard, she knows where she is, yeah. And so yeah, we're gonna give that a try. He said, yeah, well, we're booked up these dates and da-da-da. And I said, oh, well, there's extra couple of days. Then maybe you could drive her. I could pay for, a kennel, but maybe you could go drop her off. I started thinking, I was like, damn, can you call a Lyft and get a Lyft to take your
Oh my gosh.
But then I was like, no, somebody would probably steal her. So yeah.
Oh boy.
But then they were like, oh, don't worry, we'll keep her the extra days. I said, okay, cool, thank you. So
yeah, how many days are you going to be gone?
I'm going to be gone the 15th through the 26th. Yeah, and actually, I'm going to be going to the airport while we're listening to the pretrial hearing or whatever, and then on the plane probably while it's still going.
Did you buy a puppy cam so she can see you?
No, because I didn't know how to approach them about that. So I kind of was like, well, maybe what I'll do. I don't know if they have iPhones or Androids. So either I can say, hey, let's FaceTime, because I do have old iPhones and I have an old iPad mini or something, that I could take with me. Or we could just do, what is it? Google. It used to be called Google Duo, but I don't know what it's called now. But yeah, we could work out a video call or whatever, like maybe a daily video call for me and Pipsqueak, because she is going to
sure she would
just
like
go
that.
out of her mind.
Yeah,
I've never left her
can't wait to
before.
see you.
The thing I was going to ask you, is this the first time that she will be separated from you like
Yes.
that?
Yes.
So one of my best friends ran a dog kennel for years, and I worked for her for a couple of years, and it was I loved the job. I've managed restaurants. I've done the hands down one of the most enjoyable jobs was the kennel job, and I just did it for a year and a half to help her out. And some dogs, it doesn't bother them at all, but there are those dogs that don't eat the entire time the owner's gone. And literally nothing we can do to we'll leave the food in the kennel, because normally you feed them and they eat it and you don't feed them again to the next morning, things like this. Those particular dogs, I would leave it and I could come back in early the next morning and they still, and I would feel so bad. So I would try to offer extra treats, and we allowed owners to bring in their own dog food and own treats if they wanted to do so, and their own blanket, things of whatever. If not, we provided them too, but still. It's just trying to do different things to get these poor dogs to eat while their owners away. Some they get a little nervous and they're like, no, we're just not having it. Little bless their hearts. But a good caretaker will know how to handle that. So yeah. So
I hope so, because even when I step out to go to dinner and everything, I'm gone for like maybe 3 hours or whatever. I come back, she's just hysterical.
Oh my gosh. Oh, she's gonna be a mess.
She's got separation anxiety like crazy. That's why I was like, okay, we're definitely gonna have to do, I don't know, a video call or something, maybe 2 a day or something.
And you might so she speak to the vet about giving her something while you're away
for her anxiety.
We had a couple of people that would go on vacations, and while they were away on vacation, the vet would write them a prescription for the dog.
Oh wow! Okay, you know what? That's a good idea. She's got to go back in 2 weeks after this visit. So yeah, I will put that on the list, because
they'll give them a mild medication just to take once a day while they're there. It helps the dog relax. That's all it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and it works.
I did have some CBD treats from a while back, but they're probably too old.
Go get her some fresh ones, Mama.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I could do that. Hmm.
Yep. Get her a fresh batch and take with her. Guys, I
Yeah.
was scrolling through those documents, and this is that Hickory Tree Road location they spoke of in that document we were reading earlier. And remember, I
Hmm.
told you there was a parking pad that happened to be there. It's right there to the right where the red marker is. So that's where he pulled off to change that tire. And
Wow.
right across the street is the gate here where you can see the tree break line, the line in the trees where it's broke. That was the drive. And over here is the patch of bamboo that was planted that he literally left Maddie in here.
Ugh,
Uh,
terrible.
so, and look, it's like it didn't like he pulled over. He pulled over where there was pavement, right? So
Hmm.
just imagine in my mind, this dude's traveling. He's traveling because if he'd have kept going, hang on, let me do this. Let me show you something. Okay.
Oh, I gotta get out here and cut the grass.
Oops, I gotta make this bigger so I can see it good. Okay. Okay, let me zoom out so that I can zoom in and show you. Okay. So I want to make sure I got the gist right for it. Okay. Get the screen up. There's Old Hickory Tree too. So here's the Kissimmee area, and that is where they lived. Hunter's Creek is up here where the middle school was located, where Maddie went to school. And as you come down through Kissimmee this way, you come into what's known as the St. Cloud area. And it's rural out in toward the more rural out toward the St. Cloud area there. Um, oops, one thing you'll notice is these lakes. Look at the name of that lake. Alligator Lake. It's not named Alligator Lake for no reason. You can believe that.
There was an alligator lake behind where we grew
Mhm.
up in Clearwater.
There's a lot of them, and look,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one is no different. This lake, you can bet there's some there,
Oh, of
and
course.
you can bet that East Lake, Tapa Picaligua, whatever Legia it is, it's got one too. You can believe that. Now, Old Hickory Tree. So if he comes down Highway 192 through Kissimmee, and he comes out, he's coming down St. Cloud, and he goes, there's a lot of places to take Maddie that have water, right? And, was he headed in a direction to do just that, to try to get her somewhere before what
Ugh,
happened
that's
with the
horrible.
tire? I don't imagine that it was too far out of town when the tire actually started to go flat. Um,
But you're probably right. He was like headed that way towards the
yeah, we
lake.
got the route in the document. I need to go pull that up as to exactly which way he came out of Kissimmee here.
Ugh, that's the thought of that is just horrible.
So he came from this way, right? Which is Earl Bronson Memorial Parkway is also Highway 192, and it runs out of Kissimmee through St. Cloud. And then as you come up, you have to literally turn off of it onto Hickory Tree, right? So then it's along, and then there's an old hickory tree that's just down the street. Um, so it's like it's totally random. And I don't think it was, I think he got the flat tire originally when he was still, like, if you go see how here you still, you got area, right? And there's cameras that see him along these populated locations going toward the direction he was headed where Maddie was found. Um, all of these areas, there's a whole neighborhood here. I believe there was an area here that saw him as well. Um, I'm wondering, where exactly does that flat tire come into play? Look, there's Lake Lizzie Drive, Butterfly, if you're looking or can
Lizzie
hear
Drive.
me. Wow, that's interesting. Right next to Lake Lizzie. But a place that Jennifer mentioned taking Maddie hiking because they were trying to figure out where he took her and if she knew any place they may go. And she's like, oh, he doesn't go anywhere. But, she and I would go hiking to Lake Lizzie. And not to mention, one of Jen's friends lived out toward this direction. And allegedly, he'd only been there once. So I don't know, did he get a flat tire as he's coming out of the edge of town? And he decided to take a chance because he knew, I got her in the trunk. This is not good. I got to keep going. So his dumbass continued on until he got to what he thought was country enough to pull off the highway and onto a side road, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And make his way down there to do what he thought he needed to do. Just happened that somebody saw him, So, all right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to go for the night. I'll be back in the morning. They've been rolling hard about 8 a.m. with Karen Reed.
Oh
So
yeah. Okay.
I'll be on. Yeah, they have. I'll be on because I did 7:45 this morning, and it was not that much time, but
Okay.
I'll be on by 7:30 at the latest. Maybe 7, depending on what I see tonight that I may want to discuss. But we need stuff to talk about during lunch if we're going to hang out during lunch, right? So I try to save a lot of the stuff to do. We can find to look at lunch, but. I know what we're going to do. We're going to review what we see tonight.
Yeah.
We'll share our thoughts on this interview. So
where are we meeting for that? Just in the chat Discord?
Yeah.
Discord. Okay.
That's the only place I can meet for it.
Okay.
Anyway, so if you guys go search YouTube Drunk Turkey Show, I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. There's a link there. Hit the notification bell if you're interested and take a look at that Steve Gonzalez interview he's going to have tonight, I guess it is. And then tomorrow we'll have a conversation about it during lunch break.
All right.
Again, thanks guys for coming up. Firefly, as always. Dolphin, thank you for taking us to dinner, letting us see the sights, all of the good stuff. It was fun and it was a nice break. Is she still with us? Well,
it looks like she dropped a little bit ago.
Hang on, let me.
She was probably getting close to home.
Are you
there? Oh, there. Maybe she's there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I dropped right when I came in the house and everything.
Oh, I figured you were getting close to home, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was getting ready to fire up the computer, but okay. You're getting ready to leave?
Well, I mean, there's nobody here but me. It's not like I need to leave. I don't have to. I just don't want to bore you guys to death but if, hey, I know Firefly wants to go touch grass, but Dolphin, if you want to stay for a while and go through some shit with me and talk.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, okay. I need to go grab my.
Well, if you guys are still here when I come back, then I'll join you again. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to be here until, for a little bit. Like I said, we're going to do our thing later and watch that, and then we'll talk about that tomorrow during the lunch and session. But yeah, we'll be here
Talk
for a
to you
little
in a
bit.
little bit. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go
Bye.
rest, girlfriend. All right. Bye.
Let me just grab my mouse.
Good. You go right ahead and do what you got to do. Thanks
It's
for being here, guys, and hanging out with us. I know it may be dinner time for a lot of you approaching, and so if you need to go get that done and come back later, it's all good. All good. We get it. Let me pull this back up. I want to look at some shit.
oh, there it is. I was like, wait a minute, where's my
Let me
mouse? Is in the front pocket.
So I wonder if
Oh.
I forgot it takes a minute to upload this.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
Thank you, Butterfly. Okay. Huh. So where, let me see, how do I? Uh-oh.
I'll just plug this into the front for now. Okay. I'm just booting up my computer. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to have to get a another headset to go in my laptop bag and like keep in my laptop bag, because that's very weird that the Bluetooth earbud mic didn't work in the Restream app. Okay. Yep. Let's do this behind that. Okay. Um, you still there, Salty? Oh, I can't hear anything. Hold on. Watch. Oh, volume got turned all the way down. It's just been one of those weird days today. No. Let me pull up this stream real quick. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Are you there?
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything.
I don't know what the hell happened. Like, I thought I shut the whole stream down.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
literally, it went like it was gone from the computer. And then so I got my phone to check, and it showed that I was still live. And I was like, wait a minute, did it end the stream or not? Yeah.
Oh.
It's ridiculous. It's acting a fool. And I may need to, because it's right now not showing either of us on screen. What I might have to, well, I could go set one up on StreamYard if I wanted to, but because see, it's not even showing us on screen. It's like there's something wrong with I
It
don't know
looks
if
like it's buffering on my screen.
yeah, mine too.
Mm-hmm.
They can hear us. They were telling me earlier they could hear me just fine, but nobody could see me. Firefly
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
able to see me the whole show. I could see her icon,
Mm-hmm.
her avatar. I could see
Mm-hmm.
you and what you were displaying, but I couldn't even see myself. And
Oh.
so, yeah, it was odd. And now this, and right now I'm showing just buffering for both of us. Um,
Oh.
it's so odd.
Hmm.
Um, that I don't know if it's just a damn restream issue today or if my Wi-Fi itself is acting a fool today. You know what I mean? There's nobody else here, and the only thing on the Wi-Fi is the stream anyway. It shouldn't even be a problem, but I don't know what's going on with it.
Yeah.
Let me
That's
move
cool. That's
this.
giving me time to plug in my mouse again because I took the mouse from my desktop with me because I couldn't find my laptop mouse anywhere before I left. There's that.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, I can move this back. Oh, I left my water in the other room. That's cool though, because
You're
I'm
good.
still young.
Your camera's on still.
I know.
You can't get it off?
No, I haven't switched from the phone to the computer yet because
Oh,
I'm walking to get what's left of my water. I'm gonna.
okay.
Oh, there it is. It's on the damn floor. No wonder. Mm. No wonder I couldn't find it. Mm. Oh, okay. Well, that's that problem solved. Alrighty.
You find something that you had been looking for?
Yeah, the mouse for my laptop.
Mm.
And I took the one from the computer, my desktop, with me. Oh, shit. It's not acting right. I'm just having issues galore today. I guess I shouldn't have unplugged it. Huh.
What in the world? Oh, that was
Oh,
me.
great.
That was
Did
me.
you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. I heard a little.
Text message?
Well, I heard the notification sound.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. No, I set them up so that they talk to me.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
God.
My
Yeah,
sister's
all my,
hooked. What does it say things? I don't know if that might get on my nerves. Does it tell you like read out their name or anything like that, or does it read
it
out the
reads
whole
the whole
message?
message.
Yeah, reads the whole message. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's crazy.
Now I set it up like that deliberately, though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it.
What is?
I don't know why we only get to see a black screen. I don't understand it. I can't change it. It won't let me have an option. Actually, watch, it'll let me change the background even. What is it the I can't even change the actual background. It gives us these weird background options to choose on the free plan, and that's got this fake living room looking thing going on, and they're like vintage. I don't know what they are, vintage looking or just I don't know. I'm trying to click on one of those to show on screen, and it won't even. They won't even show up, and that's so messed up. Like it's just showing black screen. Not even. Oh, it shows the Ukraine support Ukraine banner. What is this one? I can see that. I can see these overlay banners I could choose from that don't make any sense or pertain to what we're doing here. So let's go with none. Can we do none? No, that. What are we doing? I don't want any. It won't let me go back to none. Hide. Okay. Now will it let me click on one of these dumb scenes? No. That's crazy. It must be a restream issue today. I don't know. Just got to roll with it. Okay. So as I'm continuing to scroll through, Dolphin, are you still here? She. Nope. I had to give her a minute. She'll be back in a few. There she is.
Yeah. I'm just rebooting my computer real quick.
I'm trying to look for search warrants.
Oh, okay. For Stearns?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Damn, my phone battery was low. Didn't even notice that.
The first part of the bulk of this was a bunch of incident reports, and then it went into a bunch of redacted photos. Got to get down past some of those.
Here's that.
Wet dog. This dog's acting like she needs to go out. Let me. Okay. Let me see if I share this screen, if this will show up on the screen. Yeah, see, our avatars won't. This is a page out of the documents, and this was on the 25th of February at 20:22 hours. So what we're talking, what was that, 8? Or what is 20? 13 is 1. Yeah, 8. That's when he returned, was within Jen's car, right? Because there's the home, vehicle sightings, or was this the morning? It's the 25th, yeah. Car sightings. And they had a bunch of maps in here about these locations. About the radiuses, the vehicle sightings, the dates, the times. Some of this stuff over here was redacted. So this would have been the data that was produced and then mapped. Oops. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so these were just pages of vehicle sightings they had mapped from the data that they had gathered.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, and it basically it can follow him throughout the entire, and they give you the date and the time stamps, the whole 9 yards, and show you the radiuses and things of that nature. It's cool because they can literally map this car going all the way across town that day.
This is the night of the
and it,
party, or what is this
yeah,
from?
this one is okay. So this shot here is about to roll into the next day. So
Mm-hmm.
this is the 25th at so 22/8, not 10:34 through the 26th at 7:58 hours, and it's
Mm-hmm.
going to be the time they're mapping the car. I'm assuming here as well, and then it goes. Here's the 26th at 8:10, and now they have the car right there. And let
Okay.
me see if I can. Let me get this a little larger. You got how's that?
Yeah,
So
that's good.
license plate reader captures it, and there is a coordinates given with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the precise location of where he was, and that one um, was at the 2:26, 8:10 hours. And then here it is at 8:11. A minute later, same thing. They give you
That's the morning, right? When she
mhm,
supposedly was dropped
yeah,
off at school.
hmm,
Okay.
and it's number one of two WB, JYP, and Thacker. It looks like. Um, so then it goes on to 8:22, and look, it's got a couple of little cars there, right? So it's like movement, 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 and it's like that was so awesome to see them. Like literally, hats off FDLE and Kissimmee Police Department because you track this bitch. He said that him and Jen wanted to continue to stress about going to the vape shop and collecting that video.
Oh, something I thought about earlier while I was out, and I was listening to you guys. This has to do with his phone reset. The
Mhm.
clip that you were talking about, the interview that you showed earlier,
Uh-huh.
that was that Tagler? As she was
Yes.
looking through his phone, he said to
Yes.
her in that interview that he didn't remember when he did the factory reset. And then he said, but Jen was with him when he did
Yep.
it. So, but I want to say in one of her previous interviews, I don't know if it was when they were standing outside of the condo or if they were at the mom's place of employment or whatever, but she said something about her day. She said that, she went to the doctor's appointment and she came back and didn't she say she and Stearns were talking, or
Yep.
was it before she went to the doctor's appointment?
I think it was
It was
after
after.
they were having, sitting around bullshitting. He
I'm
tells
leaning
her,
towards afterwards, right?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And
So
then
that's when he would have supposedly factory reset his phone.
he brought it up and told her that he did it.
Mhm.
And she's like, "What do you mean you just reset your phone?" According to him and her.
Mhm.
She stated the same thing.
Right.
He
Mhm.
says, "Oh my God, I just reset my phone."
Mhm.
And she's like, "Well, what do you mean you just, like dumbass,
Right.
dumb
Right.
dumber?" But yes, ma'am, that is correct
I was
information.
like, wait a minute, I think I remember something about that,
Mhm.
where she sort of quote unquote corroborated it, but
Oh yeah. Oh
while they
yeah.
were trying to get their stories out there.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. So the 26th at 8:39, they spot the car here at Osceola Parkway, and then again just minutes later, they're just tracking it. See what I was saying? They're just literally tracking. They're able to track that car. Look at that one. Um,
Mhm.
between the different cameras and uh, John Young Parkway is JYP, and Town Center Boulevard. So between various business cameras and license plate readers at red lights, they're able to track him. And here's the home over here. So it looks
Mhm.
like he's heading back toward the house if this car is, you know. And then 8:50, he's still moving back toward the home. Or is he going away from the home? Look, could be going away because it looks like it could be rear. Okay. So then now he's in Central Florida Parkway and John Young Parkway. And then he's coming out here. And then at 9:01 hours on the 26th, he's now out here. Highway 4 is over here in the Turnpike area.
Mhm.
So Then
Is the green building going to be the school?
this is, I'm looking at the date and the time now. I'm not, I would look like it, doesn't it? Because you got the red, so is that the home?
Red was, I think, our
And the
home, and they
green would be
redacted
the
the
school.
addresses.
Yeah. Um, and then this one, you got the car located over here at International Drive in Aquatica. Um, and then here, and then back over here, and then way down here, Scott marked vehicle sightings, see Stearns. Remember, he was like driving, looking for the vape shop opening, looking for the comic shit in the afternoon. Was this in the afternoon? Then headed out of town toward the afternoon. Or this is 9:02
This is
though.
all in the morning.
Morning. This is still the morning. Oh, he's trying to make his way back to that damn closed vape shop or some shit.
Where he's
Okay.
supposedly going to sit in the
Yeah.
parking lot for like,
Go
what, an
back.
hour?
Yeah, I gotta go back and sit at this unreliable ass vape shop. Can't make up their mind what time they want to open and close. Only one in town. Okay. So yeah, they're still tracking him through town, and this is at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:03. Um, coming down Sea Harbor and International. Um, and during this time, I believe Maddie was still in the car because I think it was
At
close.
9?
I think it was closer to 10 when he made his way to that Holiday Inn. It's in the documents. I may be wrong. I could be wrong. It may be earlier, but I feel like he was doing a lot. Look at this map with all
And
the
what time was that fool's doctor's appointment?
9, 8, or 8. She got back home at what time? 9. What was 9? Why is 9 something jumping out at me?
Maybe that's when the appointment was.
And she had to go a little bit early to be there because of the 9-ish appointment. But she wasn't done because they ran behind or some shit. She said,
Yeah, I
kept
think
a
she
little
said it only
longer.
took her about 45 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. So this is 9:15, 9:26, 2024. And then okay, this one shows all the movements. This will be leaving the school area and coming back toward the home because he's going to come back and meet Jen there eventually.
Right.
9:16, he's cruising. 18, oh, they're honing in on the house at 9:18, that radius. And then at 9:25, he's coming down John Young and Central. Okay. 9:39, he's still getting it. 9:41, come on, dude. $9:49, he's still not. He's still way over here in that area. 9:50, he's still not at home. 9:52.
Is this really when he supposedly sat in the parking lot, maybe?
I'm wondering the same thing, Dolphin.
Because they weren't supposed to open until, I
It's
think
been
you
a
said
minute.
10?
10. Mm-hmm. Because it's been so long. This is the very first documents any of us ever got, and it's been a hot freaking minute since I went through any of these. And like this is part of that 896 one alone, so it was rough. Cars, Kissimmee. Okay, 9:57. He's still cruising. 9:59. Now we got some blue lines that jump here with a house here, and the car appears to be a little closer, maybe. What's these blue lines? Are we doing cell phone pinging closer to the home now?
I mean, that's what's throwing me off because the other little thing looks like that's a tower, but I thought he didn't have his phone.
Right. He said that did he go back by this point and get it, or no? Or was he on his way back to get the phone and the clicker? No, that clicker was earlier.
And I was curious at the very beginning before they start showing these maps and everything, did they say where they got this data from? Like that's unredacted. I mean, I see vehicle sighting.
Yeah,
That's
I
probably from the
mean, you and
cameras, but
the documents have the narratives that go along with them. This
hmm.
was just some visuals they put in that they were good that marked in the exhibits.
Oh, okay.
There's documents to back up what each particular one is and how they got there. Whether
I
it's
wonder, did he
that's why it's
actually have his phone with him, but it was off, but the GPS in the phone is like lighting him up like
well, I
this?
think at this time when he went back in the
Mm-hmm.
morning to get the clicker, I think he got his phone at that point.
Mm,
So
okay.
I think he did have his phone at this time.
Then he
But
lied about not having it or something or
yeah.
whatever.
Well, he was claiming they didn't have their phone at 8:30 that morning.
But I'm saying to Jen, he when he was telling Jen about, oh, sorry, I didn't call, I didn't have my
Oh yeah,
phone, blah
yeah,
blah blah,
yeah,
whatever. Remember
yeah.
all that?
Because they was gonna meet back up, and then
Mm-hmm.
he meets her back at the house right after this journey here.
Mm-hmm.
After going to the vape shop and it's finally open, he's going back to the house to meet Jen after her little fucking appointment, after her blood appointment. Blood appointment. You was going to get your labs drawn
Mm-hmm.
to look at your levels. Okay, so this was 10:15 hours on the 26th, and this got the radius here. Um,
That looks like a Jimmy
and
John's right
it's
underneath that circle.
right, and there's an Italian place here. Okay, I'll get sidetracked. Um, so yeah, maps, 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 and maps, and more maps. I mean, like they didn't play around. They put a lot. See, like
Oh, they jumped from 10 something to 11 something, and then there's
yeah,
2 something in there.
there's
Now
different
5.
ones. There's
Mm.
let me go back up and I'll show you. There's just so many different ones, and they have, oops, and some will have cell phone data. It'll appear, and some will have video data. Right? That's what it looks like. Like this one appears to be showing me some cell phone data because I'm looking at the perimeters. I don't see a car. I don't see a vehicle. I maybe here, but um, over here it doesn't tell me anything other than about red than the damn house. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Then the light blue, which is redacted, compared to say the images with the car being all over town. It looks like that would be cell data.
That label underneath it, the CR423, might be a cell tower,
Yeah,
like a cell site.
yeah. And like they're doing triangulate like the that looks like triangulation to me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And look, this is the smokers online vape shop. So what they did, that's where the vape shop was, and they put a perimeter near the tower nearest where that phone. He had his fucking phone there, girl.
Mhm.
Or
That's what I
they
was
or they
asking.
did a
Mhm.
geo dump right there, and he's not got his phone there. Which way does it go? But it
Mhm.
appears he would have had a phone right there. So but I think he picked up. I think he says he got the phone that morning when he went and got the clicker.
Mm.
He knew by then he didn't have the phone when he went back and got the stupid clicker. I think I could be wrong, but I think
Yeah, I was gonna say so, but he went back for the clicker with Maddie with him still in the front seat,
yes.
and that was supposedly when before
Okay,
when he
so
was
yeah,
dropping her off. Remember?
yeah, I forgot the ADHD and all. He forgot his phone, so did she because of that. But yet he remembers to go back to get the clicker and
Mm-hmm.
still doesn't get the phone. Okay. Liar, liar, pants on fire, right? Appears
Yeah.
either he lying and they got you pinged right there at the online vape shop, or they geo fenced it and you're not there.
Yeah, he probably needed his phone for maps or whatever.
You know there was a camera there somewhere because
Oh yeah, at that vape shop. Yeah.
Jen kept saying, "Go get the camera from the vape shop. It'll show he was there. Go get the camera from the vape shop." Why are we trying to establish a timeline of this asshole being at that vape shop, Jen?
Yeah, because she was trying to help him establish
Let's
it
see.
though.
What
Hmm.
time is this motherfucking or I'm gonna get all cussy on here. Let's see what time was the timestamp on that. The day time on that. I'm sorry. 11:25. 11:20 to 11:25. Was he still at the vape shop that long?
I mean, I don't know how long you need to, it takes to get those kind of products, but I mean, generally, I figure if you're doing that, you know what you
Okay, well
want and it
here we
shouldn't
go.
take
This
long.
one was also at 11:20 at the vape shop. 11:18. I'm assuming. Okay. Yep. Same map. Huh. Interesting. I don't think I even noticed that that even said vape shop when I first went through some of these because there were just so many to look at. Um, Interesting stuff. Like it would take girl like a whole fucking Saturday to sit down
Hmm.
just to go through this one drop alone.
Is this in
Uh,
the Discord?
mm-mm.
Oh,
This
okay.
isn't a PDF that's on my computer, but I can try to link it in there. I do not have a problem with that, you. But this is a PD. These are PDFs that I purchased and got.
Hmm.
Some of this stuff was sent to me out of courtesy. Some of it I paid for. Some of it Butterfly paid for. But we're good. We wanted it. Um, some of it, some creators were nice enough to share once they got it.
Hmm.
So hats off to them. Okay, this one was at here's the home way over here on the far left. And I
Okay.
tried to can you guys still see screen? Yeah. And I tried to get my pointer bigger so you guys could see it when I was trying to display things for you. But so we had the house over here on the left in the perimeter, and the car is now leaving, traveling away through Kissimmee, heading out to 192 toward where he's going to take Maddie. And this starts at 12:59. He is seen at Highway 192 and Fortune Road. And that's also in a written document that is backed up in the narrative.
Okay.
And they have a camera. Each time they have a blue box telling you a spot, there's a camera location. There's camera footage to back it up, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so sighting was there. And these are like license plate readers here. I believe those were because it was right there at the red light. Okay. And Florida loves their cameras at the red lights.
I'm not
Trust.
mad at him.
Oh no, they love them. We love them. They love them here. We have them here from one end to the other. Um, they just think they're the best things ever, and they really are. Okay, so 192 goes out, also known as Earl Bronson Highway, and it runs parallel to the Florida Turnpike. And at one point, they will pass over each other, and the Turnpike will take you on down to Miami if you want to go on. Okay, so 1 o'clock, 1300 hours. The car is now at 192 and Bill Beck Boulevard, still headed out of Kissimmee toward the St. Cloud location down here on the far right.
So, what time did he get that flat tire?
Oh, 1:30 ish to somewhere in that
Oh,
vicinity.
okay. So right here,
Literally,
he still has her.
yeah,
Okay.
right.
He's on his
Literally,
way.
literally, as he was coming out of the edge of town, is when I
Hmm.
think it occurred because he drove on it long enough for it to shred,
Oh, wow.
or he had a blowout.
Hmm.
I think it went flat. He panicked, didn't know what to do because he's got her in the trunk, and I'm still in a populated area. He just took a chance, and I think it ended up shredding that fucking little tire on that sissy car, and yeah, it started falling apart. So he was forced to pull over where he pulled over, and lo and behold, there's a little parking pad to do it. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it until proven otherwise. But there's the location there, and that
I'm
was
glad
again.
somebody saw him too.
I'm so glad. It was like divine intervention, girl. Whether you believe or not, whatever higher power you believe in, it was working that day for Maddie.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And he's so
So
skeevy looking, he's memorable.
you would remember it, Dolphin,
Hmm.
exactly. Especially on a rural 2-lane highway where there's
Mm-hmm.
not normally just locals travel. Okay, let me put. I'm in that area, so normally it's going to be the locals that travel it. So you got a weirdo at a place on the side of the road changing a tire. You might think for a second. Usually, a good old boy will think to stop and help, especially if it's a
Mm-hmm. Or
woman
at
or an
least
old lady or
pause and roll the window down.
right.
Say,
Hey,
you need any help?
exactly.
Something.
But he made eye contact with the guy, and he remembered it and remembered the car. And
Mm-hmm.
so that was and when they put out the bolo for that car, he's like, "Whoa, that's the dude I saw changing the tire." And was able to pinpoint the exact location to the police. And when they went out there to investigate, they found evidence of the tire and began to do a search and found poor Maddie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why I will always believe that tire blowout is why he left her where he left her. It
Yeah.
wasn't planned at all. So you got 5 minutes later, he's still cruising out toward the edge of town, and they gave a coordinates with this particular one. Always nice to have.
Oh
And
yeah,
then at
definitely.
108, he's still on the way out of town. This time he's at 192 in what's known as Sergeant Graham Drive. Now he is crossed over the turnpike or under the turnpike and is headed down 192 toward the St. Cloud area. And then here at 108, he is spotted at, oops, wrong direction, I'm sorry, the 192 in the Old Canoe Creek Road. And then at 1309, he is at Neptune Road. Still making that track. Look at that.
Yeah.
We got you, asshole.
They could have put an arrow or something on this map between the cars, at least
Right.
showing which direction this is going. But okay.
Yeah, they could have. Maybe I should
Mm-hmm.
do it for them, right? So 192 and Budinger Avenue, he is headed out. 1313, he is down now to Vermont Avenue. And then at 1314, he then shows up at New York Avenue. I'm assuming they're just like boom, boom, one street over,
Mm-hmm.
or two. So some of these, so it's still populated right through here. You can tell. So this is at Michigan Ave in 192. He is spotted there, and that is at 1314. Okay, for 14 minutes after. 15 minutes later, he's spotted at Delaware Avenue, and then you go down, and he's at Mississippi Avenue. A minute later, he is down to Old Hickory Tree Road and Creative Inspiration Gate. So now he's found his way to Hickory Tree Road.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder where this blowout occurred. Was it right in this area or right before or right after? So then you go to 113. Now this is where at 116 he is now at Old Hickory Tree. At 1317, so at 1:17 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
until 2:10 p.m. he's sitting here changing a flat tire.
Right.
So that's why I'm wondering where on, because see, it's still populated around the 17th Ave area. When they zoomed in on it on that previous map, it was still a little populated right through there. And cameras were still picking him up. And then they stopped picking him up at a certain point, which is
Yeah, he
right.
was out in the boonies though, right?
Yeah, by this time. It
Mm-hmm.
didn't take long. This is already rural, but then right through here was a little
Mm-hmm.
more activity. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then once you got right past it, boom, rural again.
Mm.
That's like my little community. We got one of those down the road. You're going to pass through a little community, then boom, you're in the middle of nowhere again. And then same way for a long distance till you're into the boom next little community. So he had been in that location for quite a while. Now this is at 412, or I'm sorry, 1412. And it looks like he's going to be headed back now. He's done with the tire, and done placing Maddie, and he's heading back toward the house to go meet Jen, who's gonna realize in a little while that Maddie's not responding or not at school or whatever the fuck she was doing in the rider line. Holding up traffic, she said. So instead of parking the car and going inside and talking to somebody, um, okay, here's a
Okay, search warrant.
search warrant inventory, Dolphin. Let me
28th
see.
day.
Let's see
Oh,
what we
that's the
got.
house, probably?
This one is received this search warrant on the 28th day of February 2024, executed the same in Orange County, Florida on the 28th of February 2024 by searching the premises described therein, by taking into my custody the property described in the above inventory and receipt, and having read and delivered a copy of the search warrant. Name of person you left the property with, Detective Kevin O'Malley, the officer by whom sworn. Okay, let's see. It's redacted. A lot of this was redacted. So let me go back up here to the beginning of it. Okay, so this was the search warrant for cellular. Okay, cellular. All right. It's got agency case number.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for date. So far, it will be down in the document. Okay, whereas a sworn written application for a search warrant has been made via a secure electronic file system presented to me, the Honorable uh, Judge somebody.
Oh, it's his iPhone.
Is it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Samsung, though. So this is not the one that she was looking at.
Maybe an old phone, since he said this was a new phone. Didn't have a screen protector.
Yeah, his dad had just, yeah, he got the phone because I forgot what he fucking said. So this one had to be one of his older phones. All right, so this one was.
Oh, this one it says was from his pocket. Huh.
Oh, you know what? His
Is
dad, once they took his phone,
mm-hmm.
his dad gave him a phone to use.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if they took it too, and this being that one. I don't know yet.
Maybe.
Um, because there were some other devices found in storage or in his room or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, facts known to me in the application for the affidavit. Uh, Detective O'Malley and the EID number, sworn law enforcement, Deputy Orange County. I'm just kind of skimming through this parts guy. Okay, a black in color, unknown model Apple iPhone. The iPhone does not have a screen protector, has two cameras on the rear, and has a rubberized blue case. The cellular device serial number is contained with the locked iPhone. The cellular phone came from the pocket of Stefan Stearns. Is currently being kept in certain property in the Orange County where property is delivered to be under control of Stefan Stearns or persons unknown, which property has or is located at the unique address of 2500 West Colonial Drive. And that's where the department is. Okay. The cellular phone is an Apple iPhone. The specific model of the iPhone is unknown. The iPhone has no screen protector, two rear cameras, a blue rubberized case. The phone came from the pocket of Stefan Stearns. Directions from the intersection of South Young, John Parkway, and West Travel. And they give you directions to the department, sheriff's department there. The cellular phone will be searched and processed at the Digital Forensics Office on the second floor of the building within the Criminal Investigation Division. Digital evidence for search and seizure and entrance. So this was the one found in his damn pocket. February 28th. Now that's the day that Tagler interviewed him, where he gave permission to look into the Samsung phone.
Okay.
So they were already getting a warrant, and then you fucking had two phones on your ass, you dummy. Because didn't she specifically say that was a S phone, a S23?
I thought I heard S24.
Or 24, I meant?
Yeah, last
Yeah,
year's model. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Whatever. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Hmm. So then, okay. All right. Well, let me go and see what's up a little further than that. There's another one up here. What do we got here?
Do you think maybe he might have had, well, no, I was going to say Maddie's phone on him or something, but
Maybe he had it in his pocket, and that was Maddie's all along.
yeah, I don't know. This
Hmm.
is weird. Because I
Now,
do specifically, as soon as I heard S24, I was like, oh, it's a Samsung. Okay.
and this is where they found a white T-shirt behind Maddie's home on that walking trail, and it didn't turn out to be anything. They found a lady's wallet back there. Things like that were brought up. They had to do incident reports on them because they were found during the search, but there was nothing to any of it. That's what that stuff was pertaining to. Um, there was a lot of good stuff in the incidents reports, but a lot of it was redacted as well. Um, This is a body-worn camera was activated during this part of the investigation. Detective Hunt was notified of the situation, which concluded with this report being routed to missing persons for further investigation. So, um, this was out of a narrative incident report. When they responded on February 26th, Deputy Joseph regarding a missing juvenile. While on scene, the step parent stated he dropped his daughter off at school, and when the mother went to the school, the daughter was not there. The parents searched within the neighborhood in places where the daughter may have gone. The parents could provide a location where the daughter may, it says could provide a location where the daughter may have been, yet yielded negative results when deputies checked the area. The juvenile was entered into FCIC/NCIC and EMER resource as missing disabled. My investigation revealed the following. When I arrived on the scene, I spoke with the mother, who gave me verbal and sworn written testimony. On February 26th at approximately 800 hours, she observed missing Maddie Soto getting dressed for school, which we now know is a bald-faced lie.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Thanks to Jennifer's own words, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she says in her initial statement, she observed her daughter getting dressed for school. Stepfather Stearns took Maddie to school, dropping her off near the intersection of Town Loop Boulevard and Hunters Creek, Park Lane, at approximately 8:30. Maddie went to or Jennifer went to Madeline's school in an attempt to pick her up at approximately 1600 hours when she discovered Maddie did not make it to school. In an effort to find Maddie, Jen looked through the neighborhood near Maddie's school, and went to her mother's business office located at, which is redacted, which wasn't far from Maddie's school. Maddie was prone to walk over to Grandma's office.
You know, I think that's an error in that report. It
Where
says in
at?
an attempt to pick her up at approximately 4 o'clock, right? No, that heifer was there like way earlier than that. I
She
thought
was
she
there
said, and she
earlier, I
was
thought.
in line at like 2:30 or something like that, like an hour in advance or something.
Because she was first in line,
Mm-hmm.
and you got to go that far in advance to be first in line. Because
And
my
remember,
son
they
used
asked
to do
her,
that.
is she, does she make a habit of sitting around for like an hour or whatever? Going that far in advance or something. Remember, they asked her that. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that, I'm sorry, that little detail in the
No,
report
you're
is
good.
wrong.
No, no, it's fine. Point it out. It's fine. Um, so dropping her off near the intersection of Town Loop Boulevard and Hunters Park Lane at approximately 8:30. Um, she goes to pick her up at 2. Okay. I later spoke with Stefan Stearns, who stated in a verbal and sworn written statement the following. At approximately 8:25 to 8:40, Stefan dropped Maddie off approximately 1 block from her school. Stefan watched her leave his vehicle and walk toward the direction of the school. As Stefan was driving away, he could see that what appeared to be Maddie searching through her backpack. Um, My screen is not big enough where I can see it. Through her bag, and he did not think anything of it due to Maddie usually looked through her bag to find her headphones so she could put them in before walking into or before going to school. Stefan began heading home when he attempted to stop for a vape juice at the nearby vape shop, but determined
What
it
is
was
vape juice?
closed. Vape juice is for your refillable vape pen. If you
Oh.
vape nicotine or whatever,
Mhm.
I don't know that it's done that way for THC,
Mhm.
but you could buy like this juice that comes in it with a dropper or whatever, and
Mhm.
then you just refill your chamber thingy. I knew somebody that had one. This chick that
Oh,
used
okay.
to do it, and she would just refill her chamber thing with juice, liquid, and then be good to go. So he was going, or you can buy like a rechargeable thing that cartridge that pops in and out, I think, also that you can, it's got juice in it, they call it, but it's a liquid nicotine. Um, I'm assuming his could have been nicotine or could have been THC or both. I don't fucking know.
Mm.
Uh, I think they were. I think they were getting their medical THCs. He was probably getting his vape juice for
Mhm.
tobacco. It was my takeaway from it, knowing what I know. So okay, so he's like, okay, so he's going to claim that, he dropped her off and he sees her rummaging through the backpack looking for her headphones as he pulls away. Nothing unusual or to see here. He's going to go now and get his vape juice because, he's got a vape. I hope he's jonesed for that vape since he has been in jail.
Yeah.
You know what? I got to think about that the other day. I was thinking, I hope you have jonesed hard for that fucking vape, you freak. While on the
Mhm.
scene, I had Deputy Diaz go to um, Madeline's grandmother's home due to the close proximity to both the school and the mother's business that Maddie would frequently visit. Deputy Mooney was able to establish an attempt contact, and it's redacted, to see if Maddie made her way back to her mother's home. Both addresses yield negative results. Um, Redacted was able to provide me with the phone number of Maddie's best friend, which their name is redacted. We hear them speak now in other calls that are out, and they give a contact number for that person, that child, I should say. I then requested Stefan take me to the location where he dropped Maddie off in an effort to canvass the area and recover any evidence. As I canvassed the area on foot, I was able to locate a camera in front of Unit 106 of the Urbana apartment complex and active cameras at Peace Church property. Peace Church is the church where he claimed he dropped her off across the street from. Was known as Peace Church.
Mhm.
Deputy Rodriguez was able to make contact with a worker from the Peace Church who was able to allow me to view playback footage from 2/6/26/2024. With my body worn camera activated, I was able to see what appeared to be a juvenile enter the property from Town Loop Boulevard at approximately 8:40 and sit down on the ground in the parking lot and get up and leave the property towards the Town Loop Boulevard at approximately 8:58. So this person, female, only sat down there for a few minutes. Um, After reviewing the videos, I made contact with Redacted and Stefan one last time for the night. I'm assuming that's Jen. In an effort to get rid of an article of clothing, or in an effort to get an article of clothing that has a large scent on it. The canine unit met me at Redacted to verify the clothing had not been contaminated. Once the clothing was verified, the canine unit and I went to the last known location Maddie was seen and began a track. The track yielded negative results. So the last location seen would have been the church,
Mhm.
or across the street from the church where he claimed he dropped her off at on the sidewalk. But this dog yielded no search scent of Maddie ever being there.
So I have a question.
Uh huh.
The She hadn't gone to her doctor's appointment yet at that point, the
No,
8:40.
nope.
Uh-huh. And then he had gone back for the clicker before that?
I think he went back for the clicker at 8 before he claimed he dropped her off. So
Uh-huh, that's what I thought.
yeah, and he's claiming
Ooh.
he dropped her off by 8:20, 8:40. So before he took her home, and because they were making such good time, I mean, before he took her to school, and they made such good time and all, he had planned
Yeah.
enough to go back and get that damn clicker.
Because
And
the
Jen,
reason why I'm wondering is, have you looked at these maps to see if those times, like it could have been possible for him to actually go get Jen, to, for Jen to be this person like walking around in
well, people have
clothing?
wondered that was that
Mm-hmm.
Jen, was it a ploy? Was it because they when the family they showed this first, we have body cam footage out there, the officer viewing the footage.
Yeah, I saw
And the
that with
first
the
one they
aunt.
showed,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, he sees it in the office of the church,
Mm-hmm.
and then he shows it to the aunt.
Right.
Um, and then they relay that to Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jennifer goes on the news claiming that there's footage of Maddie at the church.
Mm-hmm.
And they let her believe that it was. Yeah, whether she believed it or not, whether she knew anything or not. As beside,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the old girl was thinking. But yeah, I don't. So I don't know if they did that or not. I don't know. But they
Hmm.
would know because of the car movements, because they know when he came in and out of that apartment complex.
Right.
They can see it all on camera. They pretty much know all of his movements. So if he returned and got Jen, um, and they can see her in that car with him leaving that complex at a certain time, yeah, they're busted. They would know, I think. But that was a rumor that was out there that did what was that Jen, just putting on a show for them,
Mm-hmm.
for the camera.
Right.
Um, that I don't know about because that camera is so far from the road. Do they even know for sure a camera was there? Are they smart enough to go drive and look? I don't know. All the things. There's so many questions with those two. Um, so he was able to get the scent article. Um, and he didn't pick up a scent at the last location known, which would have been the drop off location. After reviewing the videos, I made contact with Stefan one last time for the night. Um, the track yielded no results. Okay. It should be noted that Jen stated that Maddie is diagnosed with autism and ADHD and takes Adderall. She is 5'1", approximately 110 pounds, blue eyes, white skin, blonde hair. Maddie was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts. Was she? Black shorts and white Crocs. Well, she was found wearing blue jeans.
Yeah, well, you know what? They disagreed at the mother's office, right? At the grandmother's
Huh?
office
White
about
or
what
black,
kind of
or blue
bottoms
or
she had
black.
on, remember?
Well, they were on the color,
Mm-hmm.
blue or black shorts.
Well, I thought
Okay.
one of them said
Here.
shorts, but then the other one said jeans or something.
Now, I thought they were just discussing the color of the shorts, but here's my problem with this whole she had on shorts versus what she was found in situation. Somebody went back to that crime scene that night in Jennifer's car. It's in the documents.
Mm-hmm.
What did they go back out there for? Who put those jeans on her and when? If she really was last seen wearing these shorts, they both claimed she was wearing shorts. So, and maybe it was Stefan that said jeans, and Jennifer clarified, no, shorts. It's the way she did it, the
Mm-hmm.
whole interaction. And I'm like, but this child was found wearing blue jeans and one
Mm-hmm.
Croc. I would know if my child wore black or blue shorts versus a pair of fucking blue jeans.
Well, she didn't even really see her anyway,
She didn't
according to
see her
her.
anyway. She didn't see
Mm-hmm.
her at all. So how the hell did she know what she was wearing? Her and Stefan must have had a conversation about that.
That's what, yeah, drives me so crazy about her, is
Mm-hmm.
because she was always stating things like his quote unquote facts as if she,
Right.
witnessed it or whatever, or knew about, that it was true.
Uh-huh. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And how can you give a description right there in your mom's office on audio video to a cop of what your child was wearing when you didn't see her get dressed that morning? You claimed you did initially, then you backtracked and you say you hear voices in the kitchen. And if I go look at the picture, I can show the proximity of your bedroom to your living or to your kitchen, and it's literally right there, like boom, right there. And you hear voices in the morning, but do not know if one of them is your daughter. Fuck what? I'm going to know my daughter's voice, especially if it's in the room right dead ass next to me. Didn't see her get dressed after all, and cannot confirm you heard her voice in the kitchen.
Oh, hey, Firefly. She says she's still listening to us.
Okay.
Another thing, too, when you played what you played earlier, while I was out, the thing about the mention of the movie, watching
Uh-huh.
Sister Act or
The
whatever.
Sister Act.
One of the very first interviews that Jennifer gave, she came home. She, spent about 30 minutes, according to her, she only spent about 30 minutes with
Mm-hmm.
Maddie, right?
Yep.
Because, she heard about the birthday party, the birthday money or whatever. But remember, and she ate her dinner, right?
Yeah.
But, she needed to get her sleep, remember?
Yep.
So she didn't say she watched a movie with them, did she?
They started it, and then they, like you said, a half hour or so in, she was
Mm-hmm.
like, "Done. I'll go to bed."
Oh, okay. So she did say she kicked them out?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
She absolutely made it clear, and that's what the police were so startled by that.
Mm-hmm.
In the interviews and in these supplemental reports, the things that she did say, it was like, "Whoa, lady."
Yeah.
They're like, "You did what? You
Yeah.
sent her upstairs to go to bed with this grown man, and she's got a
Mm-hmm.
make-believe bedroom with a fucking bed in it? Like, what?
Yeah.
You needed good sleep, honey. When you're a parent, what is good sleep? Huh? I don't think parents get good sleep the whole time them babies is growing up. You might get it when they move out one day. Shit. Um, Another incident report. I don't want to start going through each and every one of them. This is from the sex crimes unit when they were called in. Um, and this is from Detective Joseph when he came on scene. Um, he returned to the home at 1000 hours on the 26th and spent time with Redacted, who was waking up at the time. They provided a different account. So this has got to be Jen.
Mm-hmm. Where her story changed.
This is where
Mm-hmm.
we change. Ding, ding, ding. Provided a different account, stating she was already out of the home by 9:30. There you go, Dolphin. Remember we
Okay.
were asking about that a minute ago?
Mm-hmm.
Was called by Stefan at 10. Now, we all saw where Stefan was earlier. Stefan also provided he dropped off Maddie near a residential community by, and it's redacted. However, a review of camera, and that's going to be the school. However, a review of cameras in the area did not show Stefan or Maddie in the area at all. Stefan also stated he and Maddie woke up at approximately 700 hours, 7 a.m., and left the home by 7:45. However, Jen stated she did not see them in the morning, and she was also awake and leaving by 7:45. Oh, Jen, you wasn't awake and leaving by 7:45. A review of license plate readers in the area also
Maybe.
revealed.
Do you think that's one of the roommates?
Mm,
Didn't one of the roommates have to leave early in the morning?
woke up at approximately ends. Maybe. Maybe it is.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe.
but go ahead.
No, maybe it is because Jen, we know, was not up at 7:45. She was still in bed. Because Stefan had took the dog out and shit. Um, a review of license plate readers in the area also revealed Stefan was not in the area of the House Rules game store in Kissimmee in the hours he provided, but rather he was in the area of St. Cloud, far east of where he described his location to be. So he was telling them he was at a place called House Rules, and it is a game store there in the local area, and opposite direction of where he actually was. Okay. During the time he stated he was dropping Maddie off at okay. Further, Stefan's vehicle was captured driving in the opposite direction of Hunters Creek Middle School during the time he stated he was dropping Maddie off at the school. Further, detailed the exact dates and times and locations of license plate readers data are documented in supplemental reports. And there's a bunch of those. After completing initial investigative follow-up, it was determined suspicious circumstances existed around Maddie's disappearance. The investigation was turned over to the OCSO Sex Crime Squad, was notified, and Detective Maria Tagler was assigned as lead investigator, or lead detective. I assisted by completing interviews and providing transport. As further evidence was discovered, it was determined certain crimes occurred at the home in Kissimmee within the jurisdiction of the Kissimmee Police Department, known as the KPD. I provided assistance, and the investigation was ultimately turned over to the KPD. Lead investigator, Detective Maria Tagler. You go, girl. Well, guys, I'm thinking about wrapping it up and going and grabbing dinner and all the things. I want to go through this stuff with you, Dolphin. I know there's a lot of it you haven't seen yet.
No, I
And
haven't seen any of this. The
yeah,
896 pages. That's why I was like, oh, is it in
yeah.
the Discord?
And
Yeah.
look, let me show you. If I can link it in there, I certainly will. Because I also got. Let me
Because I
minimize.
definitely wouldn't mind digging through,
Oh, I know
what
you.
they've got.
I know you would. I know you would enjoy doing that. I got. Let me see if I can pull it up this way. Phil, let me show you. Which is it? Let's see. This one is just a 6-page PDF from Plunder, a
Okay.
1-page PDF, the 800 and well, I'm not going to pull it up again because it takes a minute. This is a 501-page PDF. Now, this one is from the Kissimmee Police Department. There it comes. I got that one from Plunder off of her Patreon. And then I believe this 64-page one, full of case supplements. I got a 22-page one as well somewhere, I believe, that is just from the Northport Police Department. So there's quite a bit. I'll link what I can in the Discord. If not, I'll figure out a way that I can share it with you or whatever.
Okay.
But then also we can work on a show together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. Because I mean, I've been with this case from the very beginning, but
I
I just haven't
know.
looked at anybody's documents, though.
Yeah, I know you have, and I know you're interested as Butterfly and I are in the outcome of this one and everything that's gone
Yeah,
on
I
with
want
it.
to see this
So
scumbag get everything thrown at him.
exactly. So let's do that. We'll plan like a weekend show since we're so busy with these damn trials right now. Oh my God. Um, I can plan a weekend show. This weekend I'm busy with Miss Shorty, going to visit her. I need to put my Sunday show together. I got to make a phone call about that. Um, so yeah, I want to do that. So that'll give me some time to go through the documents as well, and we can pick out the most pertinent ones we really want to touch on the most. You know what I mean? God, there's so damn many. So let me try to link them and give you some time to go through them as well, and we'll see what we can do. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab dinner. We're gonna go watch the Drunk Turkey show later.
Yeah.
We're gonna meet back up here in the morning by 7:30 a.m. Central, which is 8:30 Eastern, for the continuance of the Karen Reed show, Karen Reed trial, which should be day 4 of testimony. And thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate it. Maybe StreamYard or Restream, whatever I'm using here, will straighten itself out and you can see my avatar tomorrow. Don't know what's going on with it. Did we
Yeah,
lose?
that is so weird.
Well, Firefly, I know you're out touching grass, so thank you for coming up and hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Dolphin, thank you for taking us all to dinner and a tour around the restaurant.
Lunch, yeah.
Yes, that was great. We
Yeah.
loved it. We loved it. Like I said, we were living vicariously through you there for a bit. Yeah, Butterfly. All right, guys.
Oh,
We'll
Marty said, damn, I'm late as fuck.
Marty, you're late to the party. I have a cousin named Marty, and if we called her certain names or made fun of her, she would get really mad at us, and she'll probably get really mad if I told that story. So, yeah, we're about to wrap it up. Karen Reed ended early, so then we took a lunch break, and then we came back to just do a little recap on Karen Reed and give some thoughts, and then we went into some Stefan Stern stuff. But we're about to wrap it up. Don't know if you're interested or not, but we're going to be reviewing some Drunk Turkey later. He's interviewing Steve Gonzalez, Idaho 4 victim, Kaylee Gonzalez father. I don't know, some of you love him, some of you hate him, some of you probably don't know who the hell he is. But anyway, we're going to meet back up here in the morning to continue our Karen Reed coverage, and we'll go from there. Until then, everybody, thank you for joining, and I'll see you in the morning.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.